what we had in mind has always been like the vision we've always had in mind. Actually, from what he said, actually dreams, because we just wanted to do something. We just want to acquire stuff and the right. So that's actually dream per se from what he said. But vision, it's something like a legacy. It's something, and you also elaborated more on it. It's something. It's like a lifestyle. So I was, seriously, I was really, really, really enlightened that yesterday in the aspect of that one and being focused towards well. So it was really a great, I was, in fact, I can't put it in words, but in fact, at a point I was even regretting that I didn't even record his speech so that I could like just keep hearing it and have more impact on my life. So that's what I learned yesterday.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moses, for that wonderful contribution of what you learned yesterday. Okay, Mr. Samuel Chibuoke, is your mic ready now? If you learned something yesterday, can you share with us? Okay, I suspect Chibuoke could be having a network issue. Okay, Edigan, hope I'm pronouncing the name right. Please, Edigan, if you can hear me, can you please share with us what you learned yesterday? Edigan.
Good morning.
Good morning. Did I pronounce the name right?
No, you didn't, but it's fine. It's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Okay. From yesterday, when the first speaker was Professor Ndubisi, if I'm right.
Yes.
And I learned a lot from him. Talking on especially when I was talking about customers' demand, market friction, and the producer's supply, because there was something he said that really stuck. It was like, to have growth in Africa, companies must set up to meet the needs of the people, because when you don't have that, setting up companies to meet the needs of the people, because what we don't have most times, or what we don't have in Nigeria, to be specific, is the companies to meet what the people can actually work with, to be able to enable them to be able to to work and to be able to meet their personal needs and the needs of suppliers as well. So I think I learned that from him, as in making sure that, okay, whatever, even as an individual, whatever you have to put up or set up should be able to meet the needs of the general public as a whole. And then, okay, there was also something important I learned from him, which was so key. It was talking about people wanting to always relocate to other countries to start a life, to thinking it's better there, but it made it clear that it's not actually easy. It's not as simple or as easy as we think it be, because a lot of people go outside the country to want to start a life, but it's very difficult for them, because you may be successful over there, but or one person may be successful over there, but to you, it may be very difficult. So Nigeria is somewhere we can also start a business or a career and be very successful at it. Then second, Mr. Professor Jagdish, if I'm right.
Yes,
okay,
you're right.
Professor. Okay, thank you. Professor Jagdish, I learned a whole lot from him. Though at a point the slide was stuck and all that, but I learned a whole lot from him, from all about self-discovery, because really it was right. Without discovering yourself first, there is no way, absolutely no way you can actually bring out the gift in you and share it with the world at large. So yes, we need to discover ourselves first, know who we are, what we wish to be and how to be remembered, even after death, how to be remembered. Because when you discover yourself, you're able to impact in others who you are. And when you die, definitely whatever you've given to the world would be remembered, you'll be remembered by that and all of that. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to say. Okay, but that's another thing I learned from him. Uh, the third speaker, Mr. I really don't know that name, please. But the third speaker, Mr. Emerie.
Dr. Mary.
Oh, Dr. Emerie. Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Emerie, I learned from him about having a vision and differentiating your vision from your dreams, because they are two different things. When you have a vision and you have a dream, you need to be able to state, okay, this is your vision and this is your dreams, because and then he said something about having two visions in a system. When you have two visions in a system, it tends to the system tend to be divided and can't function as it should function. So it's good to have a vision, and then everybody follows through to that vision. When you have a vision, there's no way you can not make it. There's no way you cannot make it. And then because our dreams can get distracted, or it can be a distraction to us. It can get distracted and can be a distraction to us, but your vision stands. It stands. It is what you want. You just have to set your mind to it and bring it to actualization, to realization. And then when you're standing on that, I'm sure every other person that works with you, that's under you or with you in all ways, would help to make it happen as well. When you have a strong vision and you're able your dreams, then you won't have a problem to actualize what you really want or your vision in life. So I learned that. Then our fourth speaker being you, Mr. Benito. Okay. At least you were able to make me say to myself yesterday, I should be responsible. I choose to be responsible for a whole lot in life, which is actually awesome. Which is really awesome. Changing our mindset, which was one thing I learned from what you said today about the mindset of people. You need to change your mindset. Watch it, and I still not had time to watch it, but I wish I did, and I'm going to definitely watch it. But when people were analyzing on that yesterday, it's really broadened my on that, how to believe in yourself, always believe in yourself, in what you do, and you get it. Okay, this is you get it, and you'll be happy with yourself, like a satisfaction. Like you've made that thing you've been meaning to. You talked about thriving in hard times. How we live, how we I think.
All right. Thank you so much.
I think that's it. I think
Thanks so much. I think you've done all the recap. So I think that's the much we can take. You've done all the recap. So every other person, thank you so much for that beautiful recap. And for every other person that had something to say, thank you for putting them in the chat room. Okay, so our next speaker for the day is already here. And as we can see, his screen is already on and he's ready to shoot. Okay, so our next speaker is going to, or our first speaker this morning is Bishop Opudilieze. He's going to set the pace for today. Today is going to be much more awesome than we ever had yesterday. So our first speaker this morning is Bishop Opudilieze, and I'm going to be reading out his profile in a moment. Bishop Okudilieze is the founding bishop and the lead shepherd of Zion Heritage and Miracle Ministries, whose headquarters is domiciled in Abuja, Nigeria. He has a mandate to raise kingdom royalties who shall rule and reign for Christ across the 7 mountains of influence. He is a personal development expert with over decades of experience, and he also has great insight into transformational leadership within corporate organizations. He is committed to the advancement of young Nigerians, which he demonstrates through group and one-on-one counseling, mentorship, and coaching. He is the founder of International Schools of Seers, Pastors, and Leaders, ISOPAL, the president of Prophet Okudilieze Ministries, and president of Enthronement Bible Institute. He has authored over 80 books with his beautiful wife. The impact of his ministry can simply be defined as far-reaching and monumental to this generation. He is closely knitted to his amazing wife, Pastor Mrs. Ifoma Eze, and their 3 wonderful sons, David, Daniel, and Dominion. Please, shall we make welcome Bishop Okudilieze? Good morning, sir, and welcome.
Good morning, Dr. Benito. I'm so glad and excited to be on this platform for the first time. I want to celebrate and appreciate the title of the leadership of the IIPM conference and the meeting that has been going on. I'm so elated to be here. And I believe that we're going to have a great time as we learn together. I'm built to speak on the subject, the power of empowered mind in entrepreneurship, the power of empowered mind in entrepreneurship. For, are you seeing my slides?
Yes, we are seeing your slide, but now we are seeing your face.
Okay. Okay, a minute. Okay, so I'm built to speak on the subject. And there are keywords that I would like to define as we take this journey. Number one is now the word empowered means to give permission, power, or the legal rights to do something. The definition of the word empowered means and or strength to do something, often by enabling them to increase their control over their own life or situation. Define the word mind. The word mind means the ability for rational thought. The ability for rational thought, the ability to be aware of things. Number 3, the ability to remember things, the ability to focus the thoughts, judgment, opinion, or view. These are the various shades of the word mind: judgment, opinion, or view. Number 6, desire, inclination, or intention. Number 7, a healthy mental state. Number 8, the non-material substance or set of processes in which consciousness, perception, affectivity, judgment, thinking, and will are based. Going further, I would like us to look, I would like us to look at the definition of entrepreneurship. Now, entrepreneurship means the art or science of innovation, setting up business and risk-taking for profit in business, It is also known as the quality of being an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is a person who strives for success and takes on risks for starting their own venture. It's pertinent that I define these keywords so that we begin to journey into this discussion. Now, principally, man by configuration is tripartite. Man by configuration is tripartite. That is to say, that man basically is a spirit, and man is a spirit, he has a mind, and he lives in the body. The mind is very pivotal in the achievements of greatness. In any area of endeavor that God or you have discovered to pursue purpose, the mind is very pivotal if we are going to make a mark on earth. The rising and falling of every great enterprise is as a result of the function of the thinking patterns of the person who drives the purpose or the company of those who are called to drive that purpose. Everything rises and falls on the disposition of the mindset of the person that must vendor a particular purpose. You know, a wise man said that everything is created twice. Number one, in the mind, and secondly, in reality. And the Bible testifies for that. You know, there is in Genesis chapter number 126, there is something we call the philosophical creation of man, where the Bible said, and God made man. That man is in the realms of mindset. Now you have Genesis 2:7 account of creation, where the Bible said, and God created man. Now, somebody that is not taught will want to say, is Bible complicating itself or contradicting itself? No, I'm using Bible to drive the validity of that statement that everything is created twice. First, in your mind. Whatever you cannot capture in your mind, you cannot capture in your destiny. Now, your feet cannot take you where your mind has not traveled through. It is within the compass of the mind's ability that God begins to pour ingenuity and creative juices in order for you to make a mark in the area of your core competence. So everything in life, be it in commerce, in entrepreneurship, in civil service, in any area of your separation, the journey begins from the mind and then in reality. So if you cannot capture it in essence in your mind, then definitely you're going to be confused at the end point of delivery. So the mind is very pivotal. The mind is key. Everybody that has achieved great things on earth is as a result of the person's thinking pattern. In fact, the Bible says, as a man thinketh, so he is. You can be stronger and bigger than your thinking pattern. And that is why the way you think, the kind of things you expose your mindset to is very, very key to making impact on the earth. So I believe as we go further, there's going to be maximum delivery on this. Now let's look at the capacity of the mind. The human brain has a capacity that is 10 times greater than first thought and can retain 4.7 billion books. This is according to United States scientists who measure the storage capacity of synapses, which are the brain connections that are responsible for storing memories. They discovered that on average, one synapse can hold roughly 4.7 bits of information. Wow. This means that the human brain has a capacity of 1 petabyte or 1 quadrillion bytes. 1 petabyte is the same as 20 million 4-drawer filing cabinets filled with text, 13.3 years of HD TV recordings, 4.7 billion books, or 670 million web pages. What an amazing content. And this is sourced from telegraph.co.uk. Now, it's been estimated that most human beings use only 10% of the brain's capacity. Now, if the outflow of the ingenuity we have seen from the civilization of the world, and we say that men use 10%. Now I leave you to imagination what our world will look like when men begin to activate the workings of the 100% dimension. If the human brain can contain 4.7 billion books, tons of information, it means that we are yet to scratch. Now, bringing it home, I came from the Southeast, and in the late 80s, early 90s, we used to see some business. Okay, let me use the transportation sector. We used to see Chidebere Motors and some transportation business, but you realize that down the years, they are nowhere to be found. It got me thinking. I said, what could be the missing point? You see a business today, you see an invention today, but down the edges, you cannot see them. And that begins to point back to the capacity of the mind, the visionary, transformational capacity of the mind. The inventors or the people who were able to form those things, were they able to see down the years or think out of the box? Were they transgenerational in their drive of establishing the legacies of their invention or their business? So I found out that later in the 2000s, you can't see any of those things. They have all gone down the drain. There's no trace. But I looked at in the Western world, you see businesses that have spanned for like 200 years, 100 years, 50 years. And the distinction is the mind, how they think, their ability to envision, the ability to strategize, the ability to conquer limiting beliefs, the ability to say, I am a special product in God's hand, and God has given me an unusual ability to think. And of course, if a man think, he will not stink. If a man think, he will not stink. Those who stink are those who refuse to think. And there's this proficiency of higher productivity that is established when men begin to function in a given level of profound mental development. You see, in this world, I teach a lot along this line. I tell people, yes, I'm a spiritual person by virtue of my office in the fivefold, but God did not give us the spirit to obscure the functionality of the mind. The mind is very, with the mind, like I said, man is tripartite, man is a spirit. When we talk about the spirit, that is the jurisdiction of the relationship that occurs between the man's spirit and his God. Now, the faculty of the mind is basically for thinking, developing that ability to relate with your world. And the body talks about the 5 sense range capacity. So it got me thinking, why is it that people fail? Why is it that people don't have long-lasting legacy? Something comes up to like in Nigeria, we see failed banks. A lot of banks have been merged or some totally bought over by some other. What could be the problem? Mindset, thinking capacity. Were they able to envision what is going to happen? What was their drive? Were they successful in the region of the imagination before they began to take that journey? So the mind has profound monumental capacity if truly deployed. When I was doing some kind of research yesterday, I found out that a lot of people that made profound discoveries, they didn't even go to school. They didn't even have paper certificates. They didn't. Everything that they discovered was on the propensity of developed mind. They were able to put their mental ability to tax, and they produce unusual ingenuity. So I believe in this discussion today that we are going to go back to the drawing board. It's not where you go. You can still go to America and fail. You can still go to Europe and fail. I've been there many times. I've preached in a lot of their big churches, and I find that, an alligator in Nigeria can never become a monkey in America. It is the mind. It's the mind. If your mind is not expanded, if your reasoning faculty is not sharpened according to the drive of your personal pursuit I mean, it behoves on you to know that you are born to fail. You are going to fail. So it's not a matter of, diaspora or Nigeria. It's a product of who you think you are. For as a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. Now, going further, I want us to look at the major faculties of the mind. The major faculties of the mind. The mind is the faculty for reasoning, feeling, and decision. The mind has three faculties. Intellect. Intellect speaks of reasoning and thinking ability. Number two, emotions. Emotion speaks of feelings. Number three, will. Will speaks of decision making. And so the mind has these three compartments. The mind has ability to reason, ability to show forth feelings, and ability to take decision. Now, I want us to look at some practical examples of those who were able to transform their life and their system because of developed mind. Two stories comes to the fore. Number one is the very popular Dubai story. Now, the revolutionary changes that we saw that has marked Dubai to be the epicenter for economy and hospitality on the earth currently began as a thought. It began as a thought. You know, the Al Maktoum ruling dynasty in Abu Dhabi, those are the people that are still ruling that land today. So one of them by name, Ren Sheikh Rashid, Ren Sheikh Rashid Al Maktoum in 1959 sat down and began to think, how can I transform this dry desert into a synergy of all eyes? Now he began to travel to major capitals of Europe, France, Paris, and UK, London. And he said that these things can be replicated. Like I said, your feet cannot take you where your mind has not traveled. What gains your productivity wins is the fluidity of the functionality of your mentality. So he sat down, Sheikh Rashid Al Maktoum, Sheikh Rashid Al Maktoum in 1959, he began to think of how can I change the operations of my people? How can I bring revolutionary change in my land? And he began to think of it, began to gather people of like minds, and they began to lay that foundation. But surprisingly, in 1981, he died. But you see, visions that are powered from the fountains of the mind does not die. They are immortal. They are immortal. Sacrosanct vision, vision that has roots from what God has called you to be part of your areas of God. They don't die. It might die with one, but if you have people that have drank and owned that vision, it continues. So at his demise in 1981, his son, Mohammed Al Maktoum, came up and took the whole thing into a deeper dimension. He began to bring in airlines. He began to, he removed taxes and told every other person, you can now own property in Dubai, and investors flocked into Dubai. And today, Dubai has become the destination of all eyes. All the most powerful, profound towers are found in Dubai, and they are living well. In fact, it is said that 95% of those who live in Dubai are foreigners. Wow! Because a king, a man, drew a visionary picture of what he wants. When I teach along this line, I always say that vision is a mental picture for a preferred future. I say that again. Vision is a mental picture for a preferred future. Vision is a mental picture. Mental, it has to do with your mentality. Most people who don't understand the workings of wisdom think that a physical man sees with the eyes. Actually, men see from their minds. Men see from their mind. To see, you have to see from your mind. Imagination. The word imagination comprises of two compound words, image and nation. When you have image, you are nation, because imagination. And God cannot deal with you. Systems cannot respond to you until you begin to tap into this intrinsic deposit that God is housing in your human flesh. So that was how Dubai changed, and everybody now wants to go on Dubai, go to Dubai to have fun and to spend money. Everything is working. A man thought of it. A man rallied like minds, and they began. Dubai, some years ago, it's just a meeting point. It's just like a transitional road. It's like a desert. Nobody wants to go there. But today, the world is beating their pathway. Why? In Nigeria, one of my challenges is lack of continuity in some policies. If we are visionary people, we must be able to, we must not kill a policy because the person that initiated it was not part of our party. We must campaign for continuity. If everybody that came on board since the inception of 1999 democracy in Nigeria had built on some solid visionary move that battered that operation, I tell you, we wouldn't have been where we are. So it boils down to thinking pattern, it boils down to what we want to see, it boils down to visualization. Another practical example that inspired me so greatly growing up is the story of the Wright Brothers, Orville and Wilbur. For information, these guys were not college graduates. For information, these guys never married. Until your vision takes off from you, it cannot produce off for you. These guys, in fact, they were asked, why are you not married? They say, well, that they are married to their purpose. How did they get initiated into thinking of producing the first prototype airplane that flew on air successfully? Their father, who was a reverend gentleman, bought them a toy, and they began to work it out. Oh, this thing is doable. Like I said, there are two kinds of creation. Number one creation is mental creation, and the number two creation is the creation in reality. They begin to, meddle with it, and somehow in 1903, they developed their first successfully, developed plan. But I want to tell you something. Their father, who was a bishop, said to them humorously, he said, son, if God had wanted man to fly in the air, God would have given him wings. Imagine that. If God had wanted man to fly in the air, that from the point of creation, that God would have given the man wings. They were not deterred. That was a very satanic, sarcastic operation. But the two brothers, they were not twins, but the way they were bonded in vision, you would think that we are twins. And they achieved a lot, and they began to, each time you talk about, so it boils down, and it's doable. Location is not a limitation on mental prowess. I said that again, location is not a limitation on a mental, in as much as location can give you some leveraging points, but wherever you are and you leverage on that little ability and you drive yourself, you can achieve anything from anywhere, especially when you believe it is possible. God and your personal drive will come at a measure to make you become all that you desire. So practically, these are two examples. Is that possible in Africa? Yes. Now for information, according to the prophetic timelines, according to, permit me, let me take a little bias to my personal spiritual constituency, that's where I'm coming from. According to end time prophetic operations, Africa is going to be the last lap of world globalization and manifestation. So we are not handicapped, we are not abandoned, we are not limited. The programs of heaven, I've been prophesying, I've been saying it, I've been in different conferences where I was a keynote speaker, and I was telling them, it's time for Africa to arise and shine. In a time not from now, there's going to be a manifestation of witty invention. We're going to see men and women rise across the floor of the seven mountains, the media, the governance, the economic, and the entertainment, the family world. We are going to see men and women rise from this soil, from Africa. I believe in what God is about to do. But you see, For every sustainable growth and development or part of progress, there are two ways to it. There is your own part and the part of God. So we need to begin to think out of box. We begin to think, how can this thing be? Now God has given us that gift. Can we begin to envision if, I tell you, mark my words today, nations, world is about to relocate to, you're going to see a major move that's going to bring even you that is here. God is going to begin to infuse in your spirit inspirations, thoughts, product line, things you can bring to the fore, because the mind is there and the will to drive is there. Now, I want us to look at the minefields of the mind. The minefields of the mind. A minefield is a subject or situation that presents unseen hazards or dangerous situation to life. A minefield is a subject or situation that presents unseen hazards or dangerous situation to life. Number one is limiting beliefs. When you submit yourself to limiting belief, you are not going to rise above normalcy. You are not going to be a voice to your generation. You need to shrug off limiting belief that say you cannot. When you say you can, God triggers your creative juices and supplies inspiration for uncommon manifestation. So you need to conquer. I don't care if you came to the earth through maybe your father. It doesn't matter. Your background does not have power to stop your back on the ground. Your background does not have power to put your ground on the back. So you need to rise from the ashes of self-limiting belief and rise like an edifice, believing God that once your mind is activated and you commit to hard work, you are going to shine, you are going to reign, you are going to excel. Number one, limiting beliefs. Everybody that became something conquered this. The greatest battle is fought in the realms of mind. The greatest battle is because we hear 1,000, a million voices telling you can, giving you reasons why it doesn't look like you. That people that are doing out there does not look like you. You know, he'll give you 21 reasons why you cannot even break forth. But I believe that is why we're making this discussion today, to know that there is something in us that we can leverage on and become all that we pursue to be. Number two is negative association. Covenant thrives on association. Your association is the prophecy of your future. Now hear this. If you have 7 foolish friends, you are number 8 foolish person. In your company lies the portals of creativity. Who you talk to, who you relate with, who you listen to has capacity to make or mar you. Friendship should not be by force. Friendship should be by choice. Look out for people in the area of your core competence and strike a workable relationship with them. Locate men that inspires you. Locate men that motivates you. Locate men whose results motivates you and align yourself under them for maximum tutelage and sharpening. It's very, very imperative that we must avoid negative. As most people have not risen from the ashes of desolation because they are not able to change the company that they function in. The next one is unnecessary validation. When people seek for necessary validation, it's a sign of insecurity. It's a sign of insecurity. Let me just be in their good books. No, do your thing as God leads you and as your purpose deserves. Take time. Don't drop the gun. Learn the basics. Don't seek for anybody's validation. No, in the process of time, people will come to the brightness of your rising. Take it a day, one moment after another. Gradually, you get to the point. But you see, when you begin to do something hastily because you need the validation of people, you are going to make a lot of mistakes. And you know, it's very, very difficult to correct foundational errors when you're already somebody to reckon with. And you go back correcting foundational error. At times, it is not easy. The next one is what I call toxic environments. Toxic environments. You must rise and conquer your environment. Your environment must not have power to frustrate the functionality and the fluidity of your greatness. You must rise above it. That you are black must not be the reason why you are in lack. That you're black must not be the reason why you are in lack. We must rise with a sense of purpose and drive and personal drive to make a mark on the sands of time. I tell you, it is possible. If you can think it, it is doable. Anything conceivable, anything pursuable, that thing is realizable. I said it again, anything conceivable, anything pursuable, conceivable is realizable, irrespective of the environment where you are coming from. Next one is painful experiences and background. This could mark the proficiency of your mind. I see a lot of people today who don't enjoy their marriage because of painful experiences they saw their mother go through. But you must be able to rise and conquer it. You must be able to use them as fertilizer for your productivity. You are not sent to school. Send yourself to school. You are not opportune to read books, buy books and read. Develop yourself, drive yourself, stretch. I tell people there is no expansion without stretch. For a favor to be established, there must be labor. So these things should not be actually something that must limit your mind. They are there for those who want to, to awaken people, telling them sorry. No, but if you're not part of people that wants people to tell them sorry, you want to rise from this land and become all. It is doable, it is possible. Favor, prophecy favors us. This is our time. And then you must begin to conquer these limiting beliefs, and the Lord will help you. Okay, let's look at effective strategies to empower your mind. How can I empower my mind? Are there things that I must engage in to empower my mind? Yes. There are 3 wombs in a man's life. Number 1, your spirit is a womb, your mind is a womb, your body is a womb. That is why you can exercise them and they enlarge them. They're elastic. When you develop your spirit, you grow spiritually. When you tax your mind, you grow exponentially. And when you work out, you develop your biceps and your muscle. So those things are wombs. And why do we refer to them as womb? They're able to contain, they're able to carry, and they're able to reproduce. Anything you put in them reproduces after that order. Now, our focus is the mind. How can we perform? How can we empower our mind? Are there things we must do to sharpen the proficiency of our mind as it relates to entrepreneurship, as it relates to our daily pursuit? Yes, number 1, meditation, especially in the area of your core competence. Meditation, you got to find out researches, you have to find out books written in the area of your pursuit and give them time. Of course, you need to realize that there is a distinction between reading, studying, and meditation. They are not the same. Reading just means to get abreast with the facts. Study just gets, you just get to know. But meditation is to eat it and become it. There is a level of light and intensity of knowledge that pours in your spirit when you meditate. Now, the word meditation simply means pondering on a subject until the core essence pours to you. Pondering on the subject until the wisdom behind it becomes attainable to you. So meditation is key. Give yourself to meditation. Read books in the area of your calling, in the area of your assignment, in the area of your purpose. Sharpen yourself with developed minds. Read, let their words point to your spirit. And as you do that, you are empowering your mind. And number 2 is separation. Separation means you are not meant to be found everywhere at the same time. Those who command developed minds, they are people, most of the time, they're alone. If you want to tap into the power of divine inspiration, you must learn the art of separation. You must learn the art of being alone. You must learn the art of being alone in, where God has called you or the thing you are pursuing to do. You must separate. If you get mixed up with the crowd, you lose the glory. So you must learn how to separate. You must learn how to separate. How do you use your time? The morning hours, the afternoon hours, the evening hours, the midnight. Great men I know, they don't sleep more than unnecessary. You know, some people sleep as if they are competing with the dead. Some people sleep as if they are competing with the dead. No, if you want to maximize destiny and make a profound impact on earth, you must learn the art of separation. When people are snoring, you are laboring because there is a destiny that must speak. Number 3, visualization. Now, if visualization talks about imagination, what you see, what you see, what you see is what you see. What you see is what you see. In Genesis 11, you know, the Bible said that these things that these men have imagined to do. You can imagine group of men untutored. They rallied around a common purpose. They say, well, let's build a tower. Let us build a tower. Even God himself will not, you cannot disabuse the fact that the power of visualization is potent. He said, now there is nothing that can be restrained from these people that which they have imagined to do. I told us imagination comprises 2 words, image and nation. So the nation you build is as a reflection of the image you have about it. It's key. Visualization. Can you see it in the portals of your spirit from your mind? Can you see it? Can you walk into it? Can you begin to call them forth? The next one is verbalization, power of utterance. Power of utterance. Whatever you say, we come to stay. Whatever you say, we come to stay. Verbalization. You must be able to call it forth. You don't even need to see it in the physical form before you can call it forth. Just believe in your heart and work towards it and begin to call them forth. I believe that great nations are about to rise from Africa. I believe that great people, but we need to speak it. We need to work towards it. We need to verbalize it consciously or unconsciously until it registers as part of our inner consciousness. And we begin to see that grace speak. Number 5, mentorship and relationship. Mentorship and relationship. We must align to mentorship, relationship. Let's locate people that have gone the way we are traveling and align. I tell people, if the moon must continue to reflect its light, it must be able to align at a particular angle of relevance to the sun. It is suicidal for the moon to compete with the sun, because if the sun withdraws its light, the moon will not shine. Now it becomes pertinent that we begin to look out for men, resource persons, people of influence that can mentor us, people of influence that can sharpen us, people of influence that can speak, that can loan you their influence and bring you into their space and begin to cause you to leverage on what they have gotten over the years. This is very profitable and this is very powerful. In fact, strategic relationship is a major way of being able to maximize your inefficiencies. If you want to maximize the things you don't have in richness, you need to leverage, connect to strategic relationship that can bring you to the fore. Is very pertinent. Look out for men and women that can inspire you, that can tell you, hey, I see a future in you. Hey, you can make it. Hey, forget what happened yesterday. You can rise again. You can fight again. You can write that book again. You can sing those songs again. Those visions of the night can be accomplished only if you dare to believe. Now, what are the benefits of an empowered mind? Are there benefits of empowered mind? When we use ourselves to empowered mind, are there benefits? Yes. Number 1, an empowered mind helps you to establish systems and structure for the effective running of your endeavor. An empowered mind helps you to establish systems and structure. One of the blessings of systems and structure in organization is that it frees you and gives you time to further your adventure in the realms of uncommon productivity. Systems and structure is a product of a developed mindset, and it frees you and gives you ample opportunity to discover yourself more. So it's very pertinent, we know that. Number 2, an empowered mind steps up creativity for productivity. An empowered mind steps up creativity for creative juices flows from your spirit when you have an empowered mind. And this is the secret of sustainable development, sustainable productivity. So an empowered man steps up creativity. When you think, you enlarges the horizon of your ability, and you leverage on divine inspiration as you tax your ability, and then you begin to walk in uncertain, realms of power, and God releases things in your spirit that you can never believe that these things were there from the one. So the next one is an empowered mind makes you proactive and not reactionary in your handling of prospective challenges that may arise in your pursuit of productivity. An empowered mind makes you proactive. It makes you proactive because it gives you insight into the likelihood of an emerging challenge in the area of your core competence. So it makes you to be proactive and not reactionary, because before those things arise, you had already taken care of them. Number 4, an empowered mind causes you to think out of the box and leverage on other systems in order to drive your vision. An empowered mind causes you to think out of the box. It causes you to think out of the box. You think out of the box, leveraging on possibilities outside the box, and equally leverage on other systems in order to drive your vision. Number 5, an empowered mind adds value to everything. It adds value. It adds value to your work. It adds value to your delivery. It adds value to your products. Number 6, an empowered mind builds you up and makes you a better person. It builds you up. It makes you a person that is sought after and makes you a better person. Number 7, an empowered mind draws people to you and your ideas. An empowered mind is intelligence having fun. I want to say that again. An empowered mind is intelligence having fun. I say that again. An empowered mind is intelligence having fun. Number 8, an empowered mind helps you to learn more. The more you accomplish, the more you become successful, the more you pursue to develop your ability. So it takes you one discovery, one success in one area of specialty, engenders, enhances you to seek for more avenues to better the results of yesterday. Number 9, an empowered mind makes you teachable. Yes, it makes you teachable. It causes you to explore realms and dimensions. It causes you to break into unusual inspiration. So it makes you to teachable. It makes you to be teachable. And number 10, an empowered mind challenges the status quo. Yes, they don't accept things the way they are, but they pursue things and make sure that the things should be the way they should be. So they shatter status quo and establishes an order that is very, very life transforming. So an empowered mind is a major asset for anyone that wants to be on the cutting edge in his area of assignment. On a final note, I want to make these closing remarks. Number 1, if you can see it in your mind, if you can believe it in your heart, if you have the courage to speak, if you have the courage to own it, and the desire to work for it, you can bring it into your own reality. Number 1, if you can see it in your mind, visualization, if you can believe in your heart, conviction, and you have courage to speak it, verbalization, and have courage to own it, vision ownership, and desire to work, hard work, you can bring it into your own physical reality. The next, you have to see it in your mind before you see it in your reality. I've said that again. You have to be visionary. Picture everything you want so dearly in your mind until you can see it right in front of you. Muhammad Ali said, this is very, very informative. The man who has no imagination has no wings. Muhammad Ali said, the man who has no imagination has no wings. Envision it. If you can't believe it, you will never see it and you never be it. The next is the very process of your feeling like you already have it will send vibrational signals to your brain. And if you are willing to work for it, it will be in your life very soon. That process of feeling like you have it already, and then you send out to practicalize your conviction, sends out a vibrational signal to your brain, and this activates creative juices and supplies energy for pursuit. And if you are willing to work for it, I tell you, it will be in your life sooner than you can imagine. Albert Einstein once said, your imagination is everything. It is the preview of life's coming attraction. Only those who believe anything is possible can achieve the most. What I want you are going that, yes, you must know who you are going to be before you become that person. The power of envisioning. You must picture what you want to achieve and feel like you have it. You must feel it before you have it. You must convince. Like when I came into Abuja to do ministry, Abuja was not my ministerial route. Let me give you a little bit of information about my ministry. I used to be in Umahia, and then 7 years ago, God brought me to Abuja. I didn't know anybody here. That I was now, and they shout, you know, I believe in myself and I work tirelessly. I work as if I already have it, and the land open up and nations are coming to the brightness of horizon. So if you already practicalize it and work it in your mind, very soon you can achieve it. The next is, as Robin Sharma said, everything is credible. First in mind, you can never have it in reality. If you cannot see your breakthrough in your mind, you see that organization, if you cannot see yourself becoming a person of influence, nobody will come to that. It's a law. Then finally, as I begin to round up today, if we must feast Africa, we must feast the mind. This is very, very pivotal. And thank God for Dr. Banito that have called for this conference, because I'm going to tell people we are the envy of generation, but you see this mind of a thing. Something is not superior because it came on a white skin. Something is superior because of the wisdom that is backing it. I said that again. Something is not superior because it came in a white package. Something is superior because of the creativity and the wisdom that brought it to manifestation. I believe with this little contribution, coupled with every other thing other people have done, we are going to go back to the drawing boards. We're going to begin to tax our mind, work our mind, maximize the abilities of the man. Africa soon or later is going to be a place for global invasion, a place of honor. Thank you, Dr. Banito, for the time. Thank you for having me on this platform. Thank you, IIPM. Thank you for everyone. Thank you, Dr. Banito. Hello, Doc.
Wow, 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 wow. This is really, 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 really explosive. I hope I wasn't the only one in this class. Okay, please, can everyone hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, so I want to say a very big thank you to Bishop. This was quite explosive. This was quite explosive. It was awesome. So we say a very big thank you to Bishop for taking the time to be with us this morning. I'm sure we would have learned something. Before we start taking questions, can we first of all give Bishop 3 bozas? After we are done, we'll complete it 7. Can we give Bishop 3 boza? Let's have Bishop boza in the chat room. 3. Give Bishop 3 Moses before we continue. All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are really, really grateful. Okay, so there are so many hands raised already. So many hands are raised already. So we just go straight into the questions, and with the few minutes we have, let's see how many questions we can accommodate. All right, sorry, I have a very heavy downpour here, and I think it's affecting my network. So please, you may have to bear with me, but I will go ahead and take the questions now. So I have several hands up already, so we'll take the questions and then we'll be up. So I have Emmanuel Oladeji. Please, Mr. Emmanuel, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Mr. Emmanuel, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Emmanuel Oladeji, please, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Okay, so while Emmanuel is—
Good morning, everybody.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning,
First of all, Mr. I will call you Mr. Banito. I don't know the title to give to you. Maybe it's a professor, maybe it's a doctor, maybe it's a pastor, but God knows the one that is entitled to you. Because today, for the management, 2, for the speaker, because there is nowhere you can get this type of thing for free. I want us to do that, whether you're a Christian, whether you're a Muslim, let us do that for the management, and also for the person God has used. I don't know, it's not explosive. I don't know what type of adjective to use to it. Maybe it's explosive, maybe it's also all type of grammar that can be used. Let's pray for them just for 2 minutes.
All right, thank you so much.
Hear our prayer in Jesus' name.
Mr. Emmanuel. So thank you for that appreciation. Really appreciate it. Okay, Olukemi Solaru. Please, Olukemi Solaru, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's have your question. Olukemi Solaru, are you there? Olukemi
I'm here, Doc.
Olukemi Solaru, please, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Olukemi, can you hear me? All right, let's move to Ibrahim Abubakar. Something. Okay, please forgive me. Ibrahim Abubakar, please, you can unmute and let's have your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
All right, thank you very much for the opportunity again. As I said yesterday, honestly, our commendation continues for these great people. I want to thank the team. However, the speaker has done marvelously well. The speaker has made my day. I want to go to his last final note. Bishop, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
If we must fix Africa, we must first fix the mind.
Yeah.
If the mind drives every other thing from our family, from our soul, from our family, to our community, to state, to nations, and even the region, as we are saying. Sir, how do we shape the attitudinal issues, character issues from the mind? Because when you say, if we fix Africa first, fix individual. People form a nation we have people in a family, we have people in a region or in regions. How do that change issues? Because that is what is killing my own country, Nigeria. And I know you're also from Nigeria. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, you've asked a very very, very, very pertinent question. Now,
Yes,
it boils down to the holistic responsibility of everyone that is involved to making it a worthwhile venture.
Yes.
Now, in the society, it goes back to the basic strata of the society, which is the family. If the father can begin to lay powerful, positive value systems from the home, the child that is born is cultured with manners that are positive. The child grows, he spends 15, 20 years. Now, from there, he enters into secondary school. From secondary, the teachers continues to roll, it goes on through the university, the lecturers continue. When the atmosphere is saturated with positive vibes, define core values.
I like that.
The nation, we can't talk about transformation while we neglect the family. It starts from the family, then it migrates upwards. It's something that everybody must deliberately and intentionally pursue. If you begin from your home, I begin from my home. I'm an influencer. I oversee large crowds of people. Every day in my pulpit, I teach them the reasons why they need to live in sandcastle altitude. The imam in the mosque is doing the same thing, and every other person, I tell you, just a matter of time. But the system implodes when there is a very uncoordinated mind. All this we are looking out for is what to eat, what to drink, what to wear. And they handed down that same legacy to the emerging generation. That is why the system is imploding. But if we today make a decision, it starts with you, it starts with me, it starts with everybody. We get back to the grassroots and begin to reset our core system. What our core value system? And from there, I tell you, given the next 10 years, if Dubai, before our eyes can be transformed by a revolutionary thought of a king, how much more a generation and a nation where people are to learn to make sure that we own back our nation and do that which is needful.
I appreciate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Bishop, for that wonderful insight. Okay, so let's take the next person. Folashade Akin. Folashade, please, if you can hear me, can you please unmute and let's hear from you? Folashade, please, if you can hear me. Folashade. All right, your mic is open. You can go ahead.
Good afternoon from Nigeria. Is that got something to do with our mind? And secondly, I've been battling with this issue of vision and what is it called? When you have a vision and when you have, I don't know how to differentiate it. What do you actually is a vision is? Is it what you think in your mind by the time you sit down just saying, I should be able to do this? I'm a politician, and even at that, I've occupied various political offices. But even at that, I still found passion more in my personal business than politics. But people will come up to me and tell me, you can't just sit back, you have to do this, you have this quality, you have this quality, you have this quality. So I get confused when you get to certain stage that left to me at 54, I think I won't just want to step aside, not to just go ahead. But people will still want to come and force me that you have the trait, you have the quality, you have that. So how do I know which one is my call? I'm a little bit confused about that. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. I had that question. Now I'm going to be direct. Now, number one question you asked me from the Christian angle is then it's like cost. Well, The man in Christ cannot be cursed because Christ paid the ultimate price. He became our curse so that we can become blessing to people. So once you come into that knowledge, you know that your foundation changed. For example, let me ask you a question. If there's any nation that should be under a curse, I think it should be Germany, where a man killed 6 billion Jews. Their blood should be speaking from now. But you go there, you see proficient civilization and great. And why are they not under curse? Why are they not under curse? So there is no cause for a man who is in Christ. Then number two, concerning how do I define purpose? Purpose must come under an environment where you have a lot of politician friends and they're influencing you. But go for your passion. It is your passion that is going to create the platform for your showcasing, for your manifestation. So purpose is that plan, is that vision, is that assignment that God has given to you. Dream is not the same thing. Anybody can dream. In fact, most times dream comes as an aftermath of too much activities. But God-given vision reveals a purpose. Let me tell you something more as I round up. Major in your major and minor in your minor. Major in your major and minor in your minor. And it takes discernment to know your major as against your minor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bishop, for that wonderful answer. Okay, so let's take this next question from Mr. Austin. Mr. Austin Wobi, please, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's have your question.
Hello, good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone.
It's still morning. Don't
like
confuse me. It's still morning.
I would like to thank the speaker, Bishop.
Go ahead, sir.
That the society has already imposed due to. So how will understand that the way the society, the trend in the society, the way the society believe and the atmosphere in the society tends to shape who we are. From all those obstacles, in order to provide answers to some of the problems in the society. So I don't know if my question is clear. That's just what I want to know.
Yes.
What is that link? What is that link between you wrangling out all those blockages in the society and actually fixing your mind?
I say it to one word. Not to be entangled with the implosion and the corruption in the system. If we're going to talk about revolution or change, it must begin with somebody. Somebody must come up and say, no, I am not going to be approach to it. It must have to start with somebody. Okay. I cited the Orville and Weber, the guys that discovered. When I was reading and making a research, I find out that they were stereotyped. Their mind was streamlined to what? There were a lot of things going on, but they said, no, we're not going to go to school. We are going to give ourselves. Do you know, even before they invented plane, they first founded newspaper. They were doing evening newspaper. From there, they founded a bicycle repairing shop. So they were not able to subscribe to what is happening in their environment. They yielded to themselves to a certain cause. If every one of us are going to take a decision, it does not matter what somebody does, but you are trying to bring a revolution. The word revolution simply means ending a negative pattern and forcefully introducing a new trend. And decision is the pivotal driver. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Thank you so much, Bishop, for that. Okay, so we are going to take only 2 more questions and we'll be done for this section. So I have Usman Kina. Please, Usman, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Good morning, Bishop.
Good
morning,
morning.
dear.
Thank you for taking your time and giving us this quite insightful class session. So my question goes like this. You when answering someone's question a few minutes ago, you made mention of something that's survived inside, like the passion someone have. And then we are talking about fixing the mind and then fixing Africa. So in the point where you fix the mind, here character comes in. And a saying says, character is so, and again, in fixing Africa, does the fall of the African society, that is the community discipline, has to do with our current situation. So, Bishop, I don't know if you can give us an elaborate.
I didn't get the second part of your question properly.
I said in
Okay, is
as a nation before the advent of colonialism was one of the wonderful and prosperous continent. But in the coming of the white man and then the civilization, our mind became so great that in developing our nations, we rather developed our personal pocket and then our immediate families.
Okay, I'll try to answer your question if I got you clear. Number one, you talked about character. Now, when you talk about character, it is that intrinsic resolve to be above board, intrinsic resolve to live clear, intrinsic resolve not to, follow with things that defies part of character. Courage is not absence of fear. Courage is attacking fear, even, conquering what you desire, even when you have fear. So character formation is needful if we're going to fix the mind in order to fix Africa. Now, the second part, if I got it clearly, we are talking about the existing principles and the discipline that existed in African communities before Westernization. Are we going to downplay them because we want to fix Africa? My answer is no. Everything that is positive, that has helped us as a nation, that has helped us as a community, that has helped us as a nation state, must be solidified. Then if there are other things that other nations did that brought expansion and powerful transformation, we should not be able to be proud. I tell people, it is pride to be looking for what has been found. It is pride to be looking for what has been found. If there are things that other emerging nations have done in time past, like education, like empowerment, like making sure that the Constitution works, irrespective of tribe, irrespective of religion, irrespective of where you're coming from. If you make sure that this core intrinsic systems is working, I tell you, we are going to be on the pathway of having a continent that is going to make a mark in the final days of life. So we are not going to change core values that brought us thus far because we want to, look into what the people are doing. But anything that is good that can help us enhance what we are doing, I think we should reach out and bring them. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Bishop, for that answer. So we're going to take the last question. There are quite a number of hands still up. We still have 1, 2, 3, 4 hands up. So I need to hear from Bishop how many he can take. So
I'm free. I'm
okay,
free.
you can take all. Okay,
I
so
can take
please,
all,
no
yeah.
other person should raise their hand. From Ishmael Logan, nobody should raise hand again, please, so that we can go to the next section. Okay, so Nobel Avete, please, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's hear from you. Nobel, if you can hear me, kindly unmute, let's hear from you. Okay, Nobel seems to be absent at the moment. Okay, Ishmael Logan, please, Ishmael, if you can hear me, kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, Bishop, thank you for your splendid presentation.
Thank
my question has to my question is basically about in fixing the mind to fix Africa. Who are those first group of people that need to take the front line in this process? The frontliners.
Sorry, I didn't get your question properly.
I'm asking, in fixing the mind to fix Africa,
Yeah.
I want to know basically who should be the first group of people to take the front line in this process, the frontliners.
Every one of us, you,
Okay.
me, everybody, we start from our home. As a parent, we need to lay the foundation of powerful, positive value system. In our institution, we need to bring up curriculum that has to do with people's endowment. I believe I will have my way. I'm going to talk to people. We need to do a lot of restructuring in our educational system. That educational system should be fine-tuned towards talents and people's gifting instead of certification that doesn't have a eternal legacy. I see a lot of people who carry certificates and they cannot reproduce it. It's not like the Wright Brothers. They didn't go to college. They followed their passion. So the holistic revolutionary trend starts from me. It starts from you. It starts from the mosque. It starts from our churches. If all of us collectively can do what is right, and I tell you, the revolution will be powerful.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Okay, who is going to be the last person for the day? Please, Usman. I thought you've asked your question before. Usman Kina. Usman, please kindly confirm that you've asked your question before or you've not. Okay, so let's take the last person. Christopher Abbasia. Please, Christopher Abbasia, kindly unmute, let's hear from you. Christopher Abbasia.
Okay, yeah, my name is Christopher from Ghana, Accra.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. Well, Bishop, when you talk about the face the mind to face Africa, and when we're answering this guy, what's the name? When we answer one of the questions, you said we have to start fixing the mind from our churches, from ourselves, but one thing to not believe that if the government really put systems in place, correct systems in place, I think fixing the mind will become easier for us. Because if you check the African leaders, you can see that most of them, they don't have any structure. They'll go and sit down, prepare certain things and come on board and talk about it. But for them to start it, for we the younger ones or for we the followers to implement, it will become another problem. So personally, I think that fixing the mind, if our leaders are able to start fixing certain structures well, automatically everything will fix. Example, if a leader wants to make a city clean, or a leader don't want us to import any foreign product, what is the leader supposed to do? The leader is supposed to try to consume internal stuffs, things that we do in the country. But the same leader will tell us that we should try to eat our own goods, but he himself will be importing from other countries. So my problem is, if the leaders fix the system, we don't have problem. But if we the individual start, you do our part. But if you do your part and you don't get the support, don't get a support from the leaders, what you're going to do is not going to progress. It's not going to be materialized because the leaders are the main factor. So as far as we are discussing this, I think it's important for you to also factor that in for a better discussion. Thank you very much.
Christopher, I've heard your line of argument, but I appreciate your contribution. But I want to state something clearly. The only thing that starts from the top is grave digging. The only thing that starts from the top is grave digging. Every other thing starts from the foundation. The leader that you are expecting to bring a system can only give what he has. The change goes back to the home. The leader that you see, that you're expecting him to give a system or chart a course of value system that can motivate people to achieve. What if he doesn't have it? What if he came out from a home where the father beats the wife, the father is a drunk, smokes cocaine, and messes up, and he imbibed that as a part of virtue, and possibly they have the means and he went to school and got a certificate and contested an election and is leading you? He cannot produce beyond his capacity. So that was why I said the revolution goes back to the home. A man cannot give what he does not have. Every leader was once a baby. Every leader was once a baby, was once a child, was breastfeeded. So what we're trying to have a holistic, monumental impact, we must go back to the drawing board and then we build. We must accept the fact that a lot of water has passed through the bridges. But if we are true to accept the want to fix Africa, we need to fix the man. And part of fixing it is by setting core values from the family again, so that we can build the next generation leaders that can run on the turret of sound core value system. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Bishop, and thank you so much for all the people that have asked questions in this wonderful session. There is no doubt that this session has been quite impactful, eye-opening. People are still raising their hand. I'm bringing the hand down. They are raising it up. I'm bringing it down. So, so you could actually follow Bishop on all of the social medias at Bishop Okud Lieze, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, Instagram, and all of that. And also, if you're in Abuja, you can make it a date to Zion Heritage Ministries at Lube. He will have a personal.
Okay. Actually, yesterday was my birthday, but I'm official. I'll be marking it on Sunday.
Yay! How will I have forgotten that? Yes. Bishop was actually supposed to make his lecture yesterday, but he had a birthday, which can you imagine? Please, before we proceed, can we please say happy birthday to Bishop? Happy birthday, happy birthday. Thank you for the sacrifice.
So they are invited on Sunday for celebration.
Thank you. In fact, everyone is invited on Sunday.
Yes, sir.
Zion Heritage Ministries, Lube, you can use Google Map to find your way there. Please, you can use Google Map to find your way there. That would be awesome. Thank you so much, Bishop. Please, once again, can we please say a very big thank you to Bishop? This is a rare privilege. This is an honor. It is only people that have the heart for Africa that will come out here, give their time, give their knowledge, give everything they have, and they don't expect anything from us. Okay, they don't expect anything from us. They don't expect anything from you. So we want to say a very big thank you to you, Bishop, and amazingly to your wonderful wife for connecting us to you. Thank you so much. And
Thank you, Dr. Benito. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so without taking any time, we're just going to have an announcement, and then our next speaker is already on ground. Trust me when I say our next speaker is, I've met several leaders, I've met several business consultants, but this person is quite different. This person can produce results in a twinkle of an eye, and I know what I'm saying. I've worked with him in the most emergent situation, and he produced results that were so amazing. So in the next few minutes, we are going to be sharing with him all of the questions that we couldn't handle because of time in Bishop's session. You can bring it up in his own session. But before we bring him on board, we are going to have just few announcements and then we'll proceed. Please, I would like to invite Princess to please take on the announcement and then we'll proceed. Princess, please, over to you. Princess, please, if you can hear me, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Benito. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, great leaders in Africa. You're welcome to the Integrated Institute of Professional Management, the home of management professionals. We are an international community of management professionals and consultants approved by the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria, and legally registered as a professional training and certification institute with the Corporate Affairs Commission of Nigeria. Our vision is to build, reposition, and integrate human capacity for sustainable growth and development in Africa and beyond. Our mission is to improve the quality of human capital in Africa through continuous professional development programs, strategic networking, digital integrations, and research and development. We're poised towards raising nationwide, worldwide professionals that will bring positive transformation to the African economy. Our accreditation and affiliations. IIPM International is accredited by the Federal Ministry of Education, Nigeria, National Council of Management Development, Nigeria, Society for Human Resources Management, USA, Chartered Institute of Management Consultants, USA, and in partnership with the Professional Evaluation and Certification Board, Canada. What do? We provide quality and value-driven services to both private and public entities in the areas of professional training and certification, capacity development workshops, seminars, conferences and discussions, professional membership, continuing education programs, and consulting. How do we deliver our services? We deliver through quality and experienced professionals, seamless digital and traditional integrations, use of both online and classroom facilities, and effective state-of-the-art system, effective andragogy tools and development techniques. About this conference, Africa, irrespective of her overwhelming wealth of both human and natural resources, is still considered as the poverty continent of the world. Africa is a land of abundance, yet the citizenry wallow in abject lack and poverty. While our fingers keep pointing to our political systems, economic policies, religion, and ethnic inclination as some of the worrisome challenges in Africa, it is pertinent to note that our foundational problems is in our mind. The 2001 Annual Leadership and Entrepreneurship Conference online is a two-day conference designed to empower our minds as Africans to solve our indigenous problems, thus restoring the glory of Africa. Everyone must realize that we are collectively responsible for Africa. The conference objectives. By the end of this conference, participants will be able to discover themselves by clearly stating their vision for living, stay highly motivated towards pursuing the discovered purpose for living, create their personal life plans and stay committed to it, develop positive and creative minds so as to remain relevant at all times, solve identified problems that will contribute to economic growth, and apply effective strategies for living above hard times. The conference participation and certificates. This conference is 100% free for all participants. Only e-copy of the certificate of participation shall be issued to participants. Participants must sign the attendance form to get certified. The conference speakers are host, Eburishe Banito, Professor Ndubisi Ekekwe, Professor Jagdish Khatri, Dr. Larry Phillips, Dr. Emery Agunwa, Bishop Okudili Eze, Engineer Oliver U. Eze, Pastor Ifoma Eze, Mr. Ikena Okafor. Conference coordinators are Chidike Namani, Princess Nawife, Abraham Thompson. Our coming programs. We are all invited to join our upcoming programs, and they are: 1. Certified Project Management Professional Certification course online starting in September 11, 2021. 2. Professional Management Workshop in Membership Induction that holds in December 1 to 3, 2021 in Abuja. 3. Executive Mini MBA on Strategic Business Management, which starts in January 15, 2022. We are on social media, and our social media platforms are Facebook. The handle is IIPM International for Facebook, LinkedIn, Integrated Institute of Professional Management, Twitter, IIPM Nigeria, Google page, IIPM International. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you so much, Princess, for that beautiful announcement. Going forward, let's make welcome our very own guest speaker for this next session, who is going to be talking to us on design thinking. I'm going to read out his profile in a moment. Meanwhile, design thinking was actually meant to be a breakout section, but having considered the importance of this session, we deem it fit to bring it to a lecture session so that everyone will benefit. Okay, so our next speaker is no other person than Oliver Uchechukwu Eze. Oliver Uchechukwu Eze is a result-oriented capacity development expert with 10 years experience leading capacity development programs for INGOs, corporate organizations, and government agencies, including but not limited to entrepreneurship development projects, small and scale medium empowerment trainings, as well as leading organizational change management. Experience across SMEs, agribusiness trainings, research, private sector development, financial inclusion and advisory, and risk management. He's a seasoned expert skilled with the ability to impart knowledge through reorientation and mindset change, through application of a blend of andragogic methodologies, very good at modifying operational processes, leading change management, cost containment initiative, quantitative analysis, advanced process management, and human capital development to realize transformational results. Characterized as a sharp, confident, innovative, and consistent driver of growth-oriented initiative with unique skills for streamlining projects and acceptance levels, development of key performance indicators and performance appraisal tools, demonstrated excellence and strong operational background in program and financial planning, management, monitoring, evaluation, and reporting. Oliver Eze is the principal consultant at the Nectar Roll Consulting. And this morning, we are privileged to have him share with us on design thinking. If you are a CEO, if you hope to achieve your vision, if you hope to achieve your dreams, please, I will encourage every one of us to pay great attention to this session and also ask the questions, relevant questions that will make the most for our own impact. So we want to welcome Engineer Oliver Eze to take up the podium. You're welcome, sir. Engineer Oliver Eze, are we still on with you? Okay, please, I would like everyone to confirm that you can hear me loud and clear. Let me be sure that I'm not the one absent. Please, if you can hear me loud and clear, kindly type 1 in the chat room. Let me confirm that I'm not the one absent. Wow. Okay, I've just received a message from him that he is having a little network challenge. So while he bounces back to take over the section, while I wait his coming back. Yeah, I just discovered that he's not in yet. He just sent a message, offline message, that he has some network challenge. So let's kindly bear with him while he fixes that. Okay, so he said he'll be up shortly. Okay, so while we are waiting for him, now if there are any questions you would like to ask us in the 2 minutes or 3 minutes that he will take before he comes back on board, please, we'll be open to answer those questions. Meanwhile, there are some questions that were raised yesterday, and I would like to share some lights on them before our guest speaker comes on. Yes, for Musa Shaib, all the materials that have been used will be shared in the Google Classroom. So if you're not in the Google Classroom, please ensure to be in the Google Classroom. That reminds us. Is there anyone here that you're not in the Google Classroom? Please, if you're not in the Google Classroom, can you raise your hand up? Can you kindly raise your hand up? All you need is your Google Gmail account to join the Google Classroom. So we are going to get the link for the Google Classroom so that every one of us could be there. Engineer Oliver Eze is back, although I've read his profile, so I'm going to be handing over to him right now. Please, Engineer Oliver Eze, if you can hear me loud and clear, please, over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banito. It's quite unfortunate that my network tried to destabilize me, but that can't work, you know. We are going to take it up ourselves to fix the mind and subsequently fix Africa, right? So it's been a very interesting one, and I want to very specially appreciate IIPM, Dr. Banito and your team for the great works you're doing. We need more patriotic people like this to move this very blessed continent forward. My assignment this morning is actually very, very simple, and I'm going to do just a very simple justice to it. I was directed to discuss design thinking, but I have personally tried to modify the topic a little bit to the design thinking approach to leadership and entrepreneurship. Okay, so because to fix Africa, we have to fix both the leadership angle as well as the business angle. Of course, by the time you fix the business angle, a lot of things naturally would have been fixed, right? We are all aware how our African leaders and every leader worldwide actually involve the corporate world when trying to make certain decisions, certain policies that will affect the country's growth. So Africa is not any different. So the topic for today is very, very apt. And I want to believe that some people might be thinking, design thinking, why? What is design thinking? How does this affect the growth of Africa? How does this affect entrepreneurship? In fact, a lot of us, I'm sure, have not heard about design thinking or have not actually taken time to look at what design thinking is all about. But I can assure you that it's nothing different from what you already know, from what you already carry out on a daily basis, right? As entrepreneurs, and as somebody who has been in the business of organizing SME clinics and trying to encourage small and medium enterprises in Nigeria and Africa as a whole, I have come across a whole lot of discussions around small businesses in African continents. One of the pertinent questions I'm going to be addressing on the course of our today's discussion is, why is it that small-scale businesses in Africa does not see their 5th anniversary? Does that ring a bell? I'm sure we have CEOs, budding entrepreneurs, serial entrepreneurs like myself in this forum. Okay, so a lot of businesses in Africa do not celebrate their 5th anniversary. They do not last more than 5 years in simple terms. What are responsible for this? What is the reason why we cannot live like organizations like the Amazon that is about getting to their 3rd decade of existence, organizations like Kroger that is over 100 years, and the likes? If I may ask, how many organizations, how many establishments in African continents has actually lasted over 100 years? Well, like in my own country, Nigeria, I do know that Dangote is about 4 decades now. I mean, he has started his corporation for more than 4 decades. And so we would like to collectively look at what is responsible, why these businesses do not have their Western counterparts. All is going to come around our discussion today, the application, the design thinking approach to entrepreneurship, right? But I would like to start by referring to a quote made by the performing president of Rwanda, Paul Kagame, just to justify more of why today's topic, the fix the mind, fix Africa, is a very important thing for all of us to discuss. Paul Kagame said, I would rather argue that we need to mobilize the right mindsets. That's what Dr. Banito and team, that's what IIPM is currently doing. We need to mobilize the right mindsets rather than more funding. African countries are fond of looking for aid, one form of aid from, donor agencies, donor countries, and things like that. And at the end of the day, you find out and sit down, if you look at the statistics, you find out that over the last 10 years, billions and trillions of dollars have been given to Africa in the form of aid. But ladies and gentlemen, what is the impact of these funds in the real terms? What can we really point at and say that this aid, this humongous amount that come in as aids have been used to achieve? Probably because we do not have the right mindsets. So Paul Kagame went on and said, after all, in Africa, we have got everything. We have everything we need in real terms. Whatever is lacking, we have the means to acquire. And yet, we remain mentally married to the idea that nothing can get moving without external finance. That is not true. We are even begging for things we already have. Poverty of the mind. That is absolutely a failure of mindsets. And so we need to mobilize the right mindset. We need to fix our mind as Africans in the political leadership circle, in the entrepreneurship leadership circle, in the business circle. We need to fix our mind in order to be able to fix our continent. So whether, in a conference of this nature where we have a good number of people attending, I expect that we have people from different business interests, from manufacturing, from distribution, service industry, and what have you. And so design thinking approach to entrepreneurship is that as it applies to you, I would expect you to cascade it to your own personal business interests, because what I'm going to do basically is to look at design thinking from a holistic point of view. So that takes us to the business of the day. What is design thinking? Why design thinking? We're going to collectively deconstruct what design thinking approach is. So design thinking is one of those critical factors that people need to look at before finding your business. Tim Brown, which is the president and CEO of IDEO, say that it is a human-centered approach to innovation that draws from the designer's toolkit to integrate the needs of the people, the possibilities of technology, and the requirements for business success. Okay, so now design thinking in simple terms is like, I would like to make an analogy that for engineers and builders, we all know that before you start your building construction, there are certain factors, there are certain things you look at, to determine the strength of materials, the capacity, depending on the capacity of what your building is going to carry. The structures we see, the superstructures we see along the streets is not where the real work was done. The real work was done at the foundational stages. So as CEOs, as business owners, you don't see businesses on the street, you don't see Alibaba, Google, Netflix, and all those things, and you think that, okay, what you're seeing is what is sustaining the business. So design thinking is part of the rudimental factors we need to consider as we are founding our business, right? Now, you, as an entrepreneur, what we do basically is to bridge a gap, to fulfill a need, to solve a problem. And I'm going to give a simple example. The grocery store by your street was actually established by a certain entrepreneur who has noticed that maybe in this residential area, people do not have access to grocery, to detergents and household stuff like that. You know, perhaps before you get some of these simple things you use at home on a daily basis, you have to travel at a certain distance and at a certain cost, spending your time and money to be able to access these items from a market. And having watched very well as an entrepreneur that there is a need in this vicinity, the entrepreneur considers that, I mean, if I come up with this solution, it's going to solve an existing problem. And definitely because it will solve a problem, people will be ready to pay for it, right? Okay, so design thinking is those critical factors you consider before finding your business. You don't found business just because you want to be a CEO. You don't found business just because you want to be a business owner. Do you understand? Okay, so design thinking is all those factors you try to look at and put into your critical consideration before you go ahead to find your business. And mind you, these things are responsible for whether your business gets sustained, whether your business gets fails up in a year, in 10 years, in 20 years, and things like that. Because so long as it does no longer feel a need, as long as it doesn't solve a problem anymore, the relevance of that business goes to the dust. And that's how the business will go, right? So I would like to state that the design thinking approach is an approach we all need. And that's by the way of introduction. At the end of this session, I expect that participants will be able to explain the concept of design thinking. I think that we will no longer see design thinking as a rocket science, right? We will now see it as something that all of us do on a daily basis, knowingly or unknowingly. We will be able to list the design thinking processes. And I expect that we will also be able to apply the design thinking approach to our leadership and entrepreneurship endeavors. I can say categorically that one of the reasons why, like the famous author Chinua Achebe said, and which everybody believes, that the problem with Africa is leadership. I can say that it is basically because African leaders neglect the design thinking approach in their leadership activities. After this session, I expect that all of us who have participated in this conference will be able to apply design thinking approach going forward in our business activities, in our leadership activities, wherever we find ourselves, right? Okay, so what are the design thinking processes? And why do we think design thinking is relevant at all? If you look at some of the leading brands in the world, such as Apple, Google, Samsung, General Electric, they have all rapidly adopted the design thinking approach. Design thinking is being taught in famous universities in the world, such as Stanford University, the Harvard, and the MITs of this world. So why is it important and what is it all about? It is very important because it revolves around a deep interest in developing an understanding of the people for whom you are designing your products or services. Think of you as a CEO of a company. If you do not factor your final consumers into the design of your product, into what you are dishing out to the public, then I can tell you that you don't have clients. And for a business that doesn't have clients, what is the fate of that business? The business is dead on arrival, right? So design thinking, first and foremost, is part of the basic things you consider. Who are my clients? What do they need? What will appeal to them? How will it appeal to them? What is the relevance of what I am designing to their need, right? So it is one of the earliest factors you need to put into consideration because it will help you to empathize with the target user. It will enable you to think properly and put yourself, first of all, in the place of the consumer, right? It will help you to question the problem, what you think is a problem that you need to provide solution for. The gap you feel you have observed, it will put you in place of need, that I am the one, if I am the one suffering from this gap, if I am the one facing this challenge, how am I going to expect a solution to come? What kind of solution is relevant, is appropriate for me to be able to get this problem off my way? If you think like that as an entrepreneur, it will guide you to be able to come up with the right solution, with the right product that will remain relevant and will make your business as sustainable as important. Design thinking is very useful in tackling all kinds of problems, whether it is ill-defined, whether unknown, because you have to reframe the problem first and foremost. So if an African leader, for instance, of course, our leaders come from within us, but assuming they put themselves in the lives or on the line of those that walk along the streets, the barrow pusher, the hawkers in the markets, the rural dwellers, the farmers. If a leader of any African country, of any organization, can put himself in that shoes, I assure you that it will push them, it will motivate them to be able to craft the best policies that have the interest of the citizenry at heart. And not just to craft the policies, it will also enable them to frantically and intentionally implement these policies in such a way that it will solve problems. Because in the design thinking approach, it makes you to think of how to, come up with various alternative solutions to an existing problem, right? So a CEO who is about to introduce a new product into the market, the right thing to do, which is the design thinking approach, is to gather your team and engage them in a brainstorming session. People will bring different ideas because people have different experiences in life. And then at the end of the day, you adopt a hands-on approach, adopt the best approach as agreed by your team. And first and foremost, after the agreement, you prototype. You try to come up with a prototype based on the agreement from the brainstorming session, right? By the time you get this prototype, you go into testing. You test this thing, maybe by yourself, by your team, by people around you, and get frantic feedback. It's another thing that lacks in African leaders, right? African leaders prefer to surround themselves with sycophants, people that do not tell them the real situation of things. I can assure you that even some organizations currently are suffering some internal crisis because the management or those at the top do not get frantic feedbacks from the people they trust, the people they surround themselves with. This is in variance with the design thinking approach. The design thinking approach develops a system that provides the opportunity for people to bring genuine feedback, irrespective of how unpleasant it may sound to the CEO or to those in authority, those affected, right? So it is an open system that encourages good performance, that encourages satisfying solutions and approach to existing issues. Very simple. Most often when we hear design thinking, it sounds like rocket science. But I can assure you from what we have done so far, we have deconstructed and we are still deconstructing the concept of design thinking to leadership and to entrepreneurship, right? So design thinking also involves ongoing experimentation. That you have tested this solution does not mean that you stand there, right? You have to keep reinventing your product. You have to keep reinventing your services. For some of us in Nigeria, I will quickly call our attention to the fact that some 10, 15 years ago, the quality of service we receive from the banks is markedly different from what we see today. Why? Because there is competition, and when there is competition, you have to go out and get the feel of your customers for continuous improvement. That is design thinking in action. Many corporate bodies, many organizations actually have adopted this approach. And for small enterprise, whom all of us have agreed or research have shown, call upon all of us to, just like the big corporates, adopt this design thinking approach. Factor in the satisfaction of your clients even before you introduce your products to the market. How do you do that? You have to, first of all, discover what the issue is. What problem do you intend to solve? By the time you discover this issue, you interpret it in your own language, interpret it, domesticate it, apply the problem to yourself, right? When you do that, you do what we call ideation. Ideation, you bring people, ask their opinion, you have domesticated it to yourself, try to domesticate it to the next person, to the next person. And when we are finding businesses, it is important that we look beyond our nose, we look beyond our shores. Even if you're starting your business with 1,000 naira, with 100,000, a million, or irrespective of the capital, the seed fund you're starting with, try to believe that your business can actually go global. And so by thinking that way, you'll be able to begin to fashion your products and services to be able to meet the standard of global markets, because your client is not supposed to be domesticated just within your environment. Yes, you are starting off from your environment, but give yourself that chance to be able to expand, right? Design thinking in action. So what are the basic processes to design thinking? First of all, you define what the problem is. Then you empathize, you ideate, prototype, and then test, right? So when you frame that problem to be able to suit you in Africa, try to, if you have the right contact, frame it to be able to meet the need of those in Asian continents. Try to look at how does it apply to those in Europe? How does it apply to those in other parts of the world? Because as an entrepreneur, you're actually supposed to think global, reason global, look global. That way you are prepared for growth. You are prepared for expansion, and you will not be taken unawares. I have gone through the visions and missions of some businesses, some SMEs on the course of our SME clinics. And many a time I find out that a lot of budding entrepreneurs actually do not believe in their dream. And how do I mean? They do not believe in their dream because if you look at their vision and mission, you find out that they believe they want to serve only their streets, or they want to serve their locality. There is nothing wrong about that. But somewhere around your mind, you should be able to factor in the possibility of growth. The founder of Apple did think that at the time, Apple will be used in Africa. Apple will be used in Asia. Those at the Silicon Valley do not innovate or come up with ideas that solves only the problem of their people within their locality, right? So I want African entrepreneurs to begin now to think in similar fashion. You are starting very small. I know that because you are constrained financially. I understand that challenge. I am a serial entrepreneur. I have founded so many businesses, some of them that have failed, and a lot of them that are succeeding. And what I do is that I draw from the lesson of those that have failed, and I beef up those that are succeeding. And I also apply the same concept while finding new businesses. So design thinking is this simple. Is this simple? When you empathize, you are trying to understand the human needs. You are trying to understand how your client is going to feel about your products, how he's going to feel about your services. And then when you're defining, you keep, defining this problem in different contexts. What applies in Abuja, does it apply in Lagos? Can it work the same way in Accra? Can it work the same way in Kenya, in Tanzania, in Botswana, in Johannesburg? Can it work if I get this product to London? How are people going to see it? How is it going to solve this particular problem, right? Okay, so design thinking gives us that opportunity to prepare ahead of us, prepare ahead of time for expansion, for growth. Then you ideate, you create many ideas. Being able to think out and define this, you should be able to then come up with various ideas in what we call ideation session or brainstorming session. Bring people together, ask necessary questions, see how they view your approach to solving the existing problem before you go into prototyping. The prototype is where you now deploy the solutions. You could come up, during the ideation process, you could come up with options. Option 1, option 2, option 3, 4, 5. If I apply option 1 to the solution to solving this problem, what are the challenges? What are the pros and cons, right? What are the merits? What are the disadvantages? What are the gaps it's going to leave? If you apply option 2, you assess, you appraise the efficacy of that option, and so on and so forth. At the end of the day, you will be able to come up with the best option where you can draw lesson from option 1, draw lesson from option 2, and merge it and come up with something better. And then you test once again. According to Hasapana Institute of Design at Stanford, by the time you test, you will be able to get the right solution to the existing problem that you have identified, right? In conclusion, I'm going to say that design thinking is a non-linear and iterative process that teams use to understand users. It's the back and forth process. It's non-linear, it's iterative, it's interactive, back and forth thinking, practicing, practicalizing process that you use to understand the feelings of the consumers, your prospective consumers, the innovative solutions and prototype and testing. It involves just that. Ladies and gentlemen, if we can begin to apply the design thinking approach to our leadership processes in Africa, if we can begin to approach our entrepreneurship drive, factoring in design thinking, I want to believe that the claim and the belief that businesses in Africa do not see their 5th anniversaries will be a thing of the past. And going forward, it will be like those, our foreign counterparts that live hundreds of years, like Walmart. Walmart is almost 6 decades in existence. I think it was founded around July 1962 or 61 or something like that. But I know it's about 6 decades in existence. And to think that because their system works, that is the sole factor responsible for why they sustain to that length will be considered a fallacy, right? Now, it is not completely true because their system works. There are other factors that they think before finding their businesses, they factor into their establishments and entrepreneurship drives that makes them to be very, very sustainable. I would like to say that by the time we begin to factor in those factors too, by the time we begin to approach our innovative drive and our entrepreneurship activities, factoring in these approaches, we will be able to also succeed. Like the Coca-Cola, for instance, is over 120 years in existence. In Nigeria, we can think of maybe First Bank, Union Bank, and few other corporations. And I can assure you, most of these organizations have design thinking experts in their payroll that they consult in factoring up, coming up with their policies and procedures in whatever they do, right? Once again, I want to thank IIPM for putting together this very wonderful conference that will open our eyes to what we should do right, to what we have been doing wrong, with a view to be able to empower us, to develop our capacity to do better going forward, both in leadership and in entrepreneurship. Today, if you fix the mind, like Paul Kagame said, we'll be able to know that in Africa, we have got everything, the human resources, the mineral resources, everything we need actually to move forward. But our only albatross as of today is the fact that we still think our solution lies elsewhere. We need to begin to look inward. Yesterday, when Professor Jagdish was talking was addressing his topic, he did tell us to look inward, self-discovery. If you look inward, you'll find out that you have the capacity to do amazing things. You develop the confidence, you'll be able to see your capacity that you currently are underutilizing your capacity. And that is the sorry state we have found ourselves in Africa. That is the case with Africa. We have everything we need to develop economically and otherwise, like Paul Kagame said. And you find out that Paul Kagame is not just talking. All of us are aware of the success stories in Rwanda, probably because he have realized that the solution to whatever he needs lies within himself. It starts from the mindset. It starts from how you think, how you see yourself, how you rate yourself, and your ability to understand that you have got the capacity to change things. At this point, I would like us to interact further by asking your questions as it relates to design thinking approach to leadership and entrepreneurship. Thank you very much for this opportunity once again. I will share my slides with the organizers of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Engineer Oliver Eze. Thank you. This is a very warm session. And this is like the icing on the cake. This conference has been a gradual process, building from one block to another. And I think this has added another wonderful block to all of what we've been learning. Like I said earlier in the introduction, I was privileged to attend a very brief session on design thinking from Engineer Oliver Eze. And when I had the opportunity in the process of planning this conference, I met with him and I was like, sir, please, will it be possible to have you on this section? And he obliged, and we are so, so grateful. Irrespective of his busy schedules, he was able to give us this time. Like I said earlier, all of the speakers who have given out their time and energy for this conference, they are only doing so because of their passion for Africa. Okay, they are only doing so. There is none of them we paid any dime. They are only doing so because of their passion for Africa. And if they all come out with this craving passion to just ensure that Africa is fixed and we learn and we don't apply, that would be a problem. So at this juncture, while we say a very big thank you, we'd like to take questions. But before we take questions, please, can we say a very big thank you to Engineer Oliver Eze in the chat room? Please, can we say a very big thank you before we start taking the questions? Now, if you have questions, kindly raise your hand. Remember, it's just a discussion. So you raise your hand and then ask your question, and he'll be here to attend to it. Questions. Like he said, design thinking must be from the beginning of beginning. Okay, as you think towards, as you've discovered yourself, you must design yourself in the discovery. Okay, just find a way to design yourself. Okay, all right. So he has done justice to this discussion. So now let's ask the questions in this area. Questions, please. We'll only take a few questions, and that will be all. Okay, so while we are expecting questions, I would like to ask Engineer Oliver Eze, this design thinking, is it only for CEOs?
Okay, so design thinking is not just for CEOs. It actually applies across board. Whatever you do, whether you are a leader, whether you are a producer, whether you are a manager, a policy maker, design thinking is for all of us. Design thinking factors the beneficiaries of whatever you do. I know that all of us here are productive people. You do things that serve another person in one way or the other. It's either you are a manufacturer of a certain product, or you render a certain kind of services, or you are doing something that another person benefits from. What in that thing you do, in whatever you do, design thinking is for you. Try to think more of, put yourself in the shoes of your beneficiary, right? While coming up with your solution. Like I'm talking to a group of people now, I should factor in design thinking. If I am sitting on the other side of the table, how is what I'm saying going to be useful to me, right? That is design thinking. And so it is not necessarily just for CEOs, but because CEOs, because manufacturers come up with products, it appears as though it applies only to them. But I want to correct that impression. Whether you are rendering services, whether you are a pastor, an imam, or a Hindu priest, or whatever you are, so long as there are human beings benefiting from what you do, design thinking is for you. It could apply in different forms, of course, depending on what you do, your business. I did say that we have people of different business interests in this gathering. And so what I did is just to do a general highlight of design thinking. And then I expect participants to be able to domesticate it to whatever they do, right? So specifically, it is not just for CEOs. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, sir, for throwing more light on that. Okay, so we have 3 hands up, and I think that will be all. So please, for anyone asking question, kindly go straight to your question. If your question is not straight, we cut it. Please make the question straight. Make sure it's straight. All right, so we have Chidozie Prince. Please, Chidozie Prince, kindly unmute and straight to the question.
Hello, good morning.
More volume,
Good
please.
morning.
No, good morning, first.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, my question is, looking at design thinking the way it is, and knowing that no idea comes fully formed, there have been a system and process that's in the practice. So does it mean that an entrepreneur who is coming up shouldn't start up with what he has? I don't know if you get my answer. Yeah. Knowing that an entrepreneur has to start up with something and looking at our own part of the world where we need money in everything we provide, does it mean that an entrepreneur who has not have his idea fully formed or strategized shouldn't come up with it to present it to people?
Okay. So
okay, I should go ahead and address the question, right?
The question.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I did. Okay, so I mentioned that design thinking does not actually look at the size of your idea or the size of your enterprise, right? Design thinking is saying that no matter the scale you are starting with, no matter the kind of business you want to start with, there are certain processes, there are certain things you need to consider that are very, very important because they are going to be very, they are essentially part of what will determine the sustainability of your business, right? So as an entrepreneur coming up with very lean resources, no one says you shouldn't think about design thinking. No, or you shouldn't start. You have to start. But while you are starting, think properly to make sure that what you want to start is going to be sustainable. Remember, I mentioned it, one research finding that most businesses in Africa do not celebrate, they do not see their 5th anniversary. And I can give a very simple example. In your street where you live, if you have lived in a particular place for the past 5 years, think properly. There are some barber shop that came up, I mean, after 1 year, 6 months, after 2 years, after 3 years, they are no more there. There are some businesses, small businesses that came up. Like when we were in the school, you think of the university environment, think of where you live. There are shops that came up, probably did very well for a very short period, and they go under. Now, we are saying that these things happen because the founders of those businesses did not factor in design thinking. So, at that your small level, at that your little business that you are finding, I will extend your question by saying, how do you factor in design thinking? If you have to start with a business of, let's say, $100 or 100,000 naira for Nigerians, right? You factor in design thinking by, okay, in Nigeria, there's something called sachet water. In this conference, there are a lot of Nigerians. We all know what is called sachet water. What is sachet water? The founder of that sachet water actually did her job. I think, if I remember correctly, is a woman. Is a woman from the Southwest or something. He thought very properly because you could be working in a site. You don't have access to pipe-borne water. You don't have access to, some form of potable water. Then you see a little child hawking these things. You pay very simple money. The size sometimes is just appropriate to satisfy your tests. No waste, no excess, no nothing. That is design thinking. And you can see that product has actually lasted for a long time. So irrespective of how small your business your capacity or your resources can carry you to start up a business. You have to, first of all, define what you want to do. Define it. What do I want to do? I want to do this particular type of business. I'm not talking about how much you want to start to do it, but I want to do this particular business. What need is it going to fill? Which gap is it going to bridge? What solution am I providing? What am I bringing to the table in this my business? Okay, after doing that, you place yourself in the place of your prospective clients. If I am going to be the customer to this my business, what will I expect? Hello? What will I expect? Right? That is empathizing. Remember, you have identified the problem. You have defined the problem. You are now empathizing. After these three processes, the next process is to ideate. You now sit back and think properly based on the first three factors. You ideate. In this ideation, if you have a partner, okay, that brings me to another thing I will talk about Nigeria, African entrepreneurs. If you have a partner or you have friends or people around you, you ask them their view. You may not tell them that you are finding a business so that they can be very frank with you. You can ask them, hello, I mean you want to get social services. What do you expect? Or when was the last time you got social services? How did Is there anything the product had, any feature you think would have made you happier if the product had that? You are ideating. Do you understand? Because as a small business, you may not have a team. You may not have workers yet, right? If you have workers, it is easy to gather your workers around the table and discuss, brainstorm, and things like that. So when you do carry out these processes, you now prototype. I do know some people that do some of these natural drinks like the Zobos, the Kunu, and those kind of things. Sometimes they start from their home. They are prototyping, right? Sometimes you do for your family members, they'll drink and praise you. You do for friends. People will even begin to tell you, you are so good at this. Why not commercialize it? This is a very fantastic thing you do. Why not expand, right? So design thinking is actually that simple. It doesn't have to be for those that have billions or millions that should apply it. The only thing is you apply it according to your capacity and according to your business. So let me use, Mr. Banito, let me use the opportunity to talk about partnership just a little bit. Another factor why African entrepreneurs do not last long is because we lack trust. And because we lack trust, we don't even trust any other person. Many times, you see young people founding businesses. They want to work their ass off to own their business, to be the CEO, to, get money and do whatever they want to do with their money. It is high time we begin to understand that partnership is a veritable way to grow businesses. In fact, for donor agencies from the Western world, they actually place high premium on businesses that have partnerships. You know why? It speaks to trust. It speaks to succession planning, what they call corporate whatever. I will remember, right? So by the time you can partner with another person, you are bringing different ideas on the table. You are making your business sustainable. Your succession planning is intact. In fact, you are observing the earlier part of what they call basic business foundational growth. Do you understand? So it is also a factor. This is, by the way, from the question you asked. So that partnership is something we need to look at. Maybe at the end of the question, I could probably throw more light on that. But for now, let me take more questions.
All right, thank you so
Dr.
much.
Banito, I can see some questions on the chat box.
Yes, I think there are comments. I think there are comments. Someone says, I think it's from Henshaw. She said, sir, design thinking seems to be a deliberate approach. Okay, what are the appropriate strategies to be factored in during design thinking? Oh, I thought it was a comment I didn't know it was a
Yeah,
question.
I saw that question. I saw that question.
Okay.
So should I address the question or?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so the factors, the appropriate strategies to be factored in during design thinking is dependent on what you do. If you're a manufacturer, for instance, you have to consider the quality, the packaging of your products, the satisfaction to be derived from your products. What is it going to look like in 5 years' time? Is your product still going to be relevant in 10 years' time? If it is relevant in Lagos, is it relevant in Accra? If it is relevant in Accra, what about Johannesburg? If it is relevant, all these places, how is it, what is your idea about sudden changes, sudden growth, and all that, right? So basically, the strategies are the design thinking processes, which I have mentioned over and over. Define the problem, empathize, ideate, prototype, and test. Let me give you a very simple example. If you look at, without prejudice to anything, there are different kinds of telephones, for instance, cell phones. If you bring a Techno phone, bring a Samsung phone, bring an Apple phone, and look at their shapes. Just look at it. I'm not talking about functionality or their price or their capacity or anything. Just looking at it. Appeal. Which one appeals? This phone is looking so sexy. This phone is looking so so beautiful, so fantastic. You've not even operated it. Again, there are phones that have certain features over other ones. Fingerprints, you can, with your fingerprints, you can open it. So the manufacturers of this product has actually considered the convenience of usage by their prospective clients. That is design thinking. So these and more are those factors and strategies to be considered during design thinking process. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for that answer again. Okay, so we might have to just take 2 questions only, or let's just take 1, because the next speaker is already on his way. So we'll just take only 1. So please, Aziz and Ishmael, can you please drop your questions in the chat room so that it will be easier for us to answer? Why we take only Austin for the audio questioning. Please, Aziz and Ishmael, kindly drop your questions in the chat room while we take Austin's as voice, please. Thank you. Please, Mr. Austin, you can go ahead.
All right, thank you, Dr. Benito. Engineer Oliver, thank you so much. I tried to understand so much about your concept of design thinking. So my worry is that design thinking, is it different from a needs assessment? That's number 1. Another one now I want to talk about is entrepreneurs moving away from analog thinking to innovative thinking, because you can't think beyond your imagination. So it is the thing that you're exposed to. Those are the type of things that you actually can think about. Like imagine when someone tell you that he saw an aeroplane and you mistake that to be a ram. So imagine how it looks like. So your thinking has to be in tandem with your environment. Like now, what I'm saying this is that you find out that in a particular street that you talked of, most of the reason why some of these businesses are not lasting up to that 5 years is because of replication. You see someone that opens up a shop, before you know it, the next person in the street wants to open up the shop. You see someone that wants to start selling Gary, before you know it, the next neighbor wants to start selling Gary. So I think that we need to also encourage people to move away from analog thinking so that we start taking innovative. It's only when we start taking innovative, but like Rwanda that you're making reference to, Rwanda is innovative in all ramifications. Rwanda is innovative in all ramifications. So they are not analoging their thoughts. So I don't know how you marry that now, because first, number one, is there any difference between design thinking and needs assessment? That's number one. The second one is, how do we encourage would-be entrepreneurs to move away from analog thinking to innovative thinking? Because I think when we get that, I think we have actually solved a lot of problems. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. I will take your question one after the other. The first question is, what is the difference between needs and assessment and design thinking? Okay, so needs assessment is a part of design thinking. It's just one factor in design thinking. Yeah, an entrepreneur comes on board when you have done your needs assessment and discover that there is a need for you to satisfy. That is defining, right? It is one of the processes. Design thinking has 5 basic processes. So the thing is, when you carry out your needs analysis, you have done the first process. You have discovered that there is a need, there is a problem, there is a gap. That as an entrepreneur, you want to fill this gap, you want to provide solution to this problem and get paid for it, right? Okay, so needs assessment is just one part of design thinking. When you finish your needs assessment, you go ahead with the other processes of design thinking, which is, now that I have carried out needs assessments and discovered that there is a need, and this is the kind of need and that. Now, how do you fill this need in order to remain relevant after a long time? And this brings me to your second question. Okay, something I saw in the chat room. You said one of the reasons why businesses do not last is because of replication. Okay, so I want to let us understand today as entrepreneurs that as business owners or business founders, we cannot be founding business and think that other people will not come and do the same businesses. We cannot be the pioneer we cannot be thinking of monopolistic kind of business as responsible for what is going to make us to succeed. That is not possible. You go to a market, you have people that do the same thing, quite a number of shops that do the same thing, but there are those that do it better than others, at least to the perception of clients, right? For the men in this forum, we have all at one time or the other visited more than 2-3 barber shops. And I know that there are particular barber shops that if you have the opportunity, you can still go there to have a haircut, right? If you come to a certain street, you could see 10 shops doing the same thing, but there are ones that people will prefer to go there. Why? That is the question. So by the time we apply the design thinking process into the businesses we do, we might end up being the preferred destination for that service or for that product. You could say that, okay, you look at it from the idea of maybe customer services or something, but if you also factor in customer services, what about the quality of the product? I have a friend who is a pharmacist in where I live in Abuja. What he does is that he goes after failed pharmacy shops. If your pharmacy shop fails, he will come and buy it. And you know one thing? He's doing very, very, very well. Anywhere pharmacy shop fails, he will come and take over that shop. And before you know it, he turns it around 360 degrees. And people will begin to wonder. So I have personally asked him a question. My friend, what is it that you do differently from these people that theirs fail? And he tells me it's very simple. It's simple because he said they do not empathize with their clients. He told me that somebody comes to your pharmacy shop to get a drug, that person is not happy doing away with his or her money because first of all, he's sick, he's uncomfortable, and is parting with money to be able to get healed. Simple design thinking tells you that you should be able to empathize, put yourself in the shoes of that customer. Give a call, send text messages after the person comes to take drug, How are you doing today? Was my drug able to meet your need? Are you feeling relieved? Are you recuperating? If not, I can do something else. Do you understand? So design thinking does not necessarily encourage or assume that you have to be monopolistic for you to succeed as an entrepreneur. No. But even in the midst of several businesses, because your own business has factored in, it has a human-centric approach, people will do. And that is where sustainability comes in. You do that and you remain consistent in doing that, people will definitely continue to patronize you. And you know what? When they patronize you and get the right services, they get the right product, they will refer. Mr. Austin, am I getting your second? Did I get your second question? Right.
I think his microphone is muted.
Okay, so did I address his second question? I know I have addressed needs analysis. Then I've talked about the issue of why people fail because others replicate their businesses, maybe around them or something. There are businesses that exist plenty in a particular location, but there are a few that are still doing well. Sometimes not necessarily because they have more stock or they have more financial muscle or whatever, but because they consider their clients very well and they try to meet and surpass expectations. Hello?
Yes. So the last aspect of his question was, how do we encourage entrepreneurs to move up from analog thinking to innovative thinking?
To digital. That's what I was thinking about. Okay, so definitely that is very simple. Any entrepreneur that still thinks analog is planning to end his entrepreneurship journey in a very short while, because the world is moving at a very fast pace. And I mean, we don't need any soothsayer to push us to think innovatively. You have to continue to think. And you see, when I was talking about design thinking, I did say that when you have your business when you have your budding enterprises, you should be able to think, inculcate in it, make it smart, make it agile. Agility here means you'll be very ready to adjust to the changing realities of the entire world, right? Okay. Certain businesses before makes you to sit down in your shop, expect clients to walk in and take delivery or buy whatever they want to buy. But today, people have moved from that level to think of engaging dispatch riders, create online platforms where people make orders. So if you do not know that the world is moving at a fast pace, then I don't know whether you actually exist in the same world where we exist. Because if you do, you will know that things are changing, and the only thing that can sustain your business is innovativeness, creativity, trying to move alongside, to move in the direction where the world is moving. And that's why design thinking also say that you have to leverage technology. The technology that existed 10 years ago might be obsolete today. You cannot come today as an entrepreneur that wants to find business today and begin to leverage on technology that came on board 10 years ago. No, you have to think of the current technology. You have to move with the trend. And so for CEOs, for entrepreneurs, trend analysis is very, very key. It's very important. At all times, you have to analyze the trend in your industry. Analyze the trend, because the truth is that consumer taste changes. A consumer that uses a HP laptop today might wake up tomorrow and say, I have seen a feature in Dell that I want to use. And perhaps HP has not moved. They have not innovated to include the same feature. I do know that when laptops came up, newly, there was no webcam and things like that. But with time, one brand came out with this innovation and other brands followed. Otherwise, you won't be able to remain relevant in the market. You will not be able to compete. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think this is where we'll be drawing the curtain. There have been so many questions, and some others are also in the chat room. Seeing questions in the chat room like, is design thinking the same as systems thinking? And then what's the difference between design thinking and strategic thinking? Okay.
Okay, so let me start with the last one. Difference between design thinking and strategic thinking. Strategic thinking is having an end in the mind while beginning. Simply put, having an end in the mind. You want to start a business today. Where do you want this business to get to? What are the steps you want to take to be able to get it there? Right? So when you think strategically, like I mentioned earlier, African CEOs should begin to think and reason like their Western counterparts. Those in Silicon Valley, those that come up with a lot of innovations, they do not come up with innovations for the American citizens alone. They come out with innovation today, and the next minute, we are using it in Africa and every corner of the world. You are starting from your little corner today. As a strategic thinker, you should be able to think. Forget about the amount you are starting with. Forget about how much is in your pocket. Think that tomorrow your product might get to Maldives, your product might get to Texas, your product might get to Ukraine, to every corner of the world. That way, you will be thinking strategically. And there's a training I held for SMEs, and I asked them a question. Today, we are thinking of starting up a business, we are preparing your business plans, you are planning how to start a small business. What if after starting this, your business, in the next 5 years, 1 billion naira enters your hand? What will you do? When you think like that, you are thinking strategically. And if you think like that from the beginning, you will not be taken by surprise if you get that kind of funding. Think of the young guys in Lagos that sold their company recently for over 200 million, is it dollars or something?
It's stuck.
Right? You understand? Now, if they didn't have a strategic plan from the beginning of their business, they can use less that money. But if at the point where they began, they had a strategic plan for their business, that money might even not be enough to be able to address what they have in the kitty. So I want to enjoin all entrepreneurs in this forum that when you are starting your business, consider the factors and processes in design thinking, right? Consider a very robust strategic plan. And I want to insist and remind us that the fact that you have only 1,000 naira in your pocket, 1,000 cedis in your pocket, $1,000 only in your pocket should not stop you, right? Do proper homework and be ready for the opportunity. The opportunity might come, and if you are prepared, you'll be able to leverage it. If you are not prepared, it might actually be an albatross. It might be a disadvantage to your business. Yeah. Sometimes you think you're planning your business, you are blaming every factor around you that you don't have enough capital, you don't have enough fund. Sometimes if they give you so much fund, it can actually be the reason why your business will die if you have not done your homework very well. So there is a very marked difference between design thinking and strategic thinking. The second question on the chat box.
System thinking and design thinking.
System thinking and design thinking. Okay, system thinking and design thinking are quite similar, but still they are a bit different. They are different because design thinking has very critical steps that you take. System thinking can be likened more to it can be likened more to strategic thinking than design thinking, right? But the fact remains that all these things are interwoven and might just have a thin line that separates one from the other, right? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Engineer Oliver. It has been an awesome moment with you. And for this great sacrifice and heart for Africa, we want to say a very big thank you. And for the short notice, in fact, your presentation seems to be the most changing, the one that had the most changing time. Your time was changed like 3 times and you were able to adjust. So we want to say a very big thank you. Thank you so much. Once again, please, can we give Engineer Oliver We need to give him 7 bozas. Let's go. Boza, boza, boza. Let me start with the other one. Boza, boza, boza. And we all say, boza. Thank you so much, sir. We are very, very grateful. You can join Engineer Oliver Eze. The name is Oliver Uchechukwu Eze. You can join him on LinkedIn for exciting sections on his LinkedIn profile. He does wonderful works there. Like he said, he is an SME expert. If you want to start business, and you don't know how to go about it, I'm giving you a sincere advice. If you want to start and you don't know, please kindly join him on LinkedIn and then ask him, just tell him that you're from 2021 or tell him you're from IPM International, you attended the session and then you want to take some advice with, okay? I'm sure he will guide you through. He's on top of most SME projects, not only in Nigeria, but across the globe. So you have very practical information connecting with him. He is the principal consultant of Nectar Roll Consulting, and just like the name is Nectar Roll. When I asked him what was Nectar Roll all about, I said they pollinate businesses. Okay, so if you want your business to be pollinated, please ensure to connect with him. All right. Thank you so much, sir. Once again, we sincerely appreciate this time and we pray that God will continue to increase you and bless you abundantly. Thank you so much. Okay, so we have our next speaker. We are supposed to take a break right now, but this next speaker has been one that is most desired. His section was supposed to be yesterday, but he had been from one training section to another training section, from one country to another country. Fortunately, we've been able to get him now. In fact, this now we are getting him is just a break he's having. And please, I will indulge all of us. Oh, I'm seeing him. I'm seeing the general manager of African Union Sports Council Region 2 Abuja, in the person of Caleb Gidado. You're welcome, sir. We are glad to have you here. You're welcome. Okay, so we are going to be having our next speaker. He's going to be talking to us on building entrepreneurship, creativity and entrepreneurship mindset. If you look at my life personally, I am a product of this person I'm talking about. His profile is my testimony, so I may not bother reading the profile. I'm talking about Dr. Larry Phillips. In July 2017, just like the way some of us met Engineer Oliver now, I met him in a conference or in a workshop, World Bank project, where he was serving as a mentor and as an instructor for startups. There were several people that were in that program, several instructors and all of that. And I know I approached a few. I said, please, can you be my mentor? Some said, actually, they can be my mentor, but I cannot pay for it. And another person told me that if he has to be my mentor, I need to be paying for any time he's coming and going. He's not going to charge me anything, but for any time he needs to see me, I need to pay or whatever. So I almost gave up. And the day I had his session, I reluctantly went to him. I said, sir, please, can you be my mentor? He said, any day, anytime. I said, sir, please understand me well. I said, can you be my mentor? Like, can you be my mentor? I said, Benito, any day, anytime, I will be your mentor. And since July 2017 till date, it has been from one level of stronger relationship to another. Now, it is important for me to actually say that I looked for a mentor does not mean that I was looking for one who was going to give me free mentorship. But for him to have given my success more priority than whatever thing that was going to come from it was where my whole joy came from. Okay, and he has been doing this since 2017, and I want to say a very big thank you to him. Now he has been presenting in an international conference, and now just for the purpose of this, he had to take a break just to present this and then return back to his lecturing room or conference room. So you see, he has been making great sacrifices, not just for me as a person, but for us as an institute. So I want to say a very big thank you to Dr. Larry Philippe. If you want to say anything about him, you could say he's the #1 mentor for IPM. Okay, he's the #1 mentor we have. So anything you see, in fact, should I tell you the honest truth? He was actually the one that gave us the topic for this conference. He was the one that gave the topic for this conference because he believed that Africa need to have a mind reorientation. And like he said to us, he said he's going to be pouring out his heart. So without much ado, we are going to be opening the floor to Dr. Larry Phillips, my very own father, friend, mentor, and brother, senior brother. Sir, the floor is open to you. Thank you so much for honoring this invitation.
Okay, thank you so much, Banito. Good afternoon, good morning, depending on where you're hearing me from. And I hope, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Great. And can you see me?
I cannot see you.
Oh, really? My
Maybe
video
it's
isn't
from my
on
own
yet.
end. Let me be sure.
Okay. Can anybody see me?
Please, can anybody see Dr. Larry's video? Okay,
yes,
so
we
they
can see him.
Perhaps
Great.
See you, so I need to change
Great.
my own setting.
Okay. And I'm delighted to be here, and I say this from the depth of my heart. So I believe in destiny helpers. I believe in God orchestrating situations where you meet people. And Banito calls me a mentor, but I don't know who is mentoring who now. In my own opinion, he's also my mentor because I've learned so much from him in the past 4 years that we've met. And I've also watched him grow, and I'm always very, very excited when I see him doing great things. I tell him every time that Africa is going to be proud of him. He's going to be one of the unusual people that will come out of Africa. And you can tell from the kind of conferences that he's having. And year in, year out, he invites me, of course, among other things that we do, we're closely knit. He invites me to his conference to speak. And I don't know why he keeps inviting me. So maybe I would find out that before the end of this session. But thank you once again for inviting me.
You're welcome, sir.
My birthday was 2 days ago. I actually took some time out to go and do a bit of refreshing outside of the country. And I had wanted to shy away from this session. But then again, it's Banito, so you can't shy from him. You need to be there when he calls, okay? Because you know that you're going to impact in lives. So for me, that's the excitement this morning as I speak to you. And Banito and I had a chat this morning, and I'm not going to be speaking in the manner I thought I would speak before. And that is because I'm sure you've had many speakers over the last 2 days, yesterday and today. So I'm not going to be speaking alongside the plans that I had to speak before. So I had a chat with Banito over breakfast this morning, and I said, let me just pour out my heart to people. So would I be speaking for 1 hour? Maybe not. I also understand that you're supposed to have gone on break, so I won't take much more of your time. But what I want to do today is challenge your thought process, and that's why it's critical for me to have my video on. In fact, let me take off my glasses so that you can see me very clearly. I want to challenge your thought process today. So let me start off by asking you, how many entrepreneurs do we have on the call right now? I see that we have 120 people, but how many of these 120 people currently have, thank you for the birthday wishes. How many of the 120 people currently have any form of business that you're running? Just put a yes if you have a form of business you're currently running. Thank you, Ebola. Okay, so I see a lot of yeses. I see yeses. Good. Very good. Very, very good. Very, very good. Okay. So I see that I'm talking to entrepreneurs this morning. Okay. So let me start to make a few promises. Okay, I see a lot of yeses. Okay, that's fine. So I see that we have entrepreneurs on the call. Let me start to make a few promises. If after this session you sleep well tonight, then I haven't done my job. It's been a waste of my time. Remember, I said I'm out of the country, I'm on vacation, and I've had to take time off to do this. What I want to do to you over the next about 30 minutes. Okay, somebody can hear me clearly. Okay. So what I want to do to you over the next 30 minutes is to mess up your mind a bit. Okay. Let me even make it more painful. What I want to do to you over the next 30 minutes, okay, is to look at your business and how you've done your business. And if you haven't done it right, my advice to you would be to break it and go and do it right. Now, there are businesses that are looking for customers and businesses that customers are looking for. Okay. The difference between businesses that are looking for customers and businesses that customers are looking for is what I want to share with you. Okay. But above sharing with you, I want to challenge you today. So I'm going to start with a question. Friends, and I want to believe quite a number of you are from Nigeria, and are probably resident in Nigeria right now listening to me. Now listen, in the sphere of entrepreneurship that we talk about, look at the kind of people that are doling out information every day. Look at the likes of my brother Jimmy Tewe, look at Fela Durotoye, look at Steve, look at Banito, look at the volume of sound information, sound advice that entrepreneurs are getting every day. And then look at the results that we get from entrepreneurs. It's a mismatch. So we're getting volumes of quality information every day, and then we're not seeing the results. For me, I think with the kind of quality information we get every day, Nigeria should be the most prosperous nation, but we're not. So that means there's something going wrong. Don't you guys think so? There's something going wrong. Okay. What is happening is that we're listening and we're not doing. Okay, the audio is not loud enough. Okay, let me move closer. So what is happening is that we're listening and we're not doing. Okay, and it gets very. Can you hear me clearer now? Is it better now? Oh, great. So it's better. Okay. Okay. So like I said, what we're doing is that we're hearing and we're not doing. Okay. So for once, can we even reduce the volume of hearing and start to do? Okay. So what I'm going to be speaking to you about this afternoon is I am not going to be telling you theories. I am not going to be telling you principles. Would I like to do it? Yes. Am I capable to do it? Yes. I have a PhD in that field. Okay. But I have found out that who talk help, in our Nigerian parlance, who is talk really helping? There's so much talk going on. So, like I said again, what I'm going to do this morning is to challenge you because I think that there's too much talk going on, and that's why we're not doing enough. So today, I'm not going to be doing a lot of talking. I'm just going to point your eyes to certain things that you should or should have not seen. Okay, and I'll let you take the decision after today. But what I know is that for those of you on the call today, it's not likely that you will sleep well tonight. Some things will disturb you. Okay, and on Monday morning, I know you are going to charge at some things and do them better. Okay, so on that note, let me introduce myself. My name is Larry Phillips, Lagos State. I'm sure you know that already. So I'm a Yoruba boy. Okay, and so my journey with entrepreneurs started like 16 years ago in the city of Jos. So 16 years ago in the city of Jos, I used to just trade businesses. Okay, so I was a trainer in Jos Business School. And then fast forward a few years later, I'm Yoruba, right? So they say we like to go to school. So fast forward a few years later, 2 master's degree and a PhD, and the model changed and I started to teach. So I would come to sessions like this and blow plenty grammar, telling you about theories and principles, up until one day, and I'm on the faculty of Lagos Business School, by the way. So up until one day, okay, Ed Franklin, you want to say something? I can see that your hand is raised very quickly. Okay. So up until one day in a session in Lagos Business School, okay, and I love to make daunting statements. I love to make these daunting statements are well-researched statements. And you're going to be seeing some of the statements that I'll make today, okay? They are daunting statements, but they are well-researched. So I wouldn't tell you something that is not well-researched. So I love to make daunting statements, and I made this kind of daunting statements. And one woman in the back of the class, I remember vividly, she's my friend now, she's a 62-year-old woman. She's into fashion. Raised up her hand, she's doing excellently well in Lagos, by the way. Raised up her hand and said, Dr. Larry, that thing you said is not correct. Why? I had said something and she had gone on Google and she put it on Google. And because she took it out of context, Google did not quite agree with what I had said. Why am I telling you this story? I'm telling you this story because that day, I stopped training. That day, I stopped teaching. And from that day, I've just started having insightful conversations on topical issues. And today is not going to be an exception. In fact, if anything, today, all I want to do is to pour out my heart to you. And I'm hoping that you would find something useful in it, okay? That you will take away that would cost you a bit of sleepless nights, but Monday morning, you'll be a better person. Okay, so is it nice if we do it that way? Okay. So one of the things that I want to tell you first is that if you continue to do things the way you used to do it, you will not see new results. And I'm sure you've heard this over and over and over again. It's almost becoming a cliche, right? But that is the reality. If there's nothing that, if we didn't learn anything in the last 18 months, is the fact that one of the things that I've learned in the past 18 months, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, is things are not the same anymore. And I'm not just talking disruption because we have bastardized the use of that word disruption. I'm talking the reality, friends, okay? So things are not the same anymore. I'm a student of economics. When we're in school, we had phrases like ceteris paribus. Ceteris paribus means all things being equal. In the last 18 months, we found out that ceteris is not paribus, okay? I'm sure you've heard statements like qui sera, sera. In the last 18 months, we found out that qui sera is not always sera. There are problems, ladies and gentlemen, okay? And my job this afternoon is just to point your eyes to those areas where things need to change. So the first thing I'm going to tell you, and you might not like me much, but I owe it to you to speak the truth. So the first thing I'm going to tell you, friends, okay, is that if you have set up your business the right way, you need to put it up, the wrong way. You need to put it up for self-destruction. Every entrepreneur on this, if you have not started your business from the problem perspective, you will need to go back and rebuild that business. So if you have started your business from a solution perspective, you have gotten it wrong. The foundation is wrong, and you would need to go and reset. Dr. Larry, why are you trying to confuse us? What is problem perspective? What is solution perspective? I tell people, entrepreneurship is not about the solution. Entrepreneurship is about the problem. Okay, where we like to be is the solution perspective. You want to wake up in the morning and say, Dr. Larry, I discovered this thing and it solved it. No. It's not the discovery that is the money. Your job as an entrepreneur is to go and look for problems. I'll repeat that again. Your job as an entrepreneur is to go and look for problems. Yes, Dr. Larry, what about the solution? I agree there has to be the solution, but you don't even have to be the one to provide the solution. That's what we're finding out of late. Some 17-year-old boy in a startup hub that has knowledge of technology can develop that solution for you. But your own job, friends, is to go and look for problems. So every day, wake up and start looking for problems. And I'm not talking about problems around solar energy. I'm not talking about problems around redefinition of the stratosphere. I'm talking about regular problems that you face. If you need to get 500,000 naira cash on a Sunday and you can't find it, that is a problem. If you go out for wedding and your clothes tears and you can't find somebody to sew it just to patch it for you so that you can continue with your wedding, that is a problem. If around you in your environment on Saturday mornings, because of where you live, nobody is selling breakfast, that is a problem. If you come from the eastern part of Nigeria and you live in Abuja and you miss Eastern food and you can't find it around you, that is a problem. So I'm not talking about huge, gigantic problems, friends. I'm talking about the problems that you face, okay? Because immediately you start to look for those problems you have already hammered. Trust me, and Benito can How can one figure out? Okay, we'll talk about the questions later. Okay, so Banito can bear me out on this. Okay, so like I said, the first thing you need to do, in fact, the most important thing, is to look for a problem. Okay, the second thing, of course, is to get the solution to the problem. Okay, by adding value. And I'm not even going to waste time talking about the solution, because like I said, a 17-year-old boy can just give you a tech solution to your problem. So I'm not going to talk about the problem. The third thing that I'm going to talk about is the size of the market. Okay, so if you have discovered a problem and you've gotten the solution to it, or maybe some small boy has helped you get the solution to it, if there are only 5 people that have that problem, you will die a broke man. I'm going to say it again. If you found a problem and you've gotten a solution to it, if there are only 5 people that have that problem, you are going to die broke. Okay? Except, of course, those 5 people are Dr. Mike Adenuga, Aliko Dangote, Otedola with the money, Dr. Larry Phillips, and Banito. Okay, except those are the 5 people, then you make a lot of money. Okay, and I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. So 3 things to check out very, very quickly as you set up your business. The first and most important, like I said, is that you have to look for a problem. You must be seen, okay, to keep looking for a problem. Okay, the second one is the solution, and I'm not really bothered about that. That's where most of us like to stay, and I'm not excited about it. The third one is the market size. So 2 things to find out in the market size. The first one is that the size should be large enough, okay, to give you money. Many of us have started business to make money, and I'm not too sure if we have too many not-for-profit organizations on this call, okay? So I'm talking about people that have set out to make money, okay? So the first thing that I said once again is that the market size has to be large enough. The second thing about the market size is that it has to be a growing market size, okay? If the size of your market has 70% above 65 years old, you know there's a problem, right? Because your business will start looking funny after about 5-10 years, okay? And we don't want to do those kind of businesses. Okay. Am I communicating? Is anybody getting anything at all? And just drop it in the chat room. Let me be encouraged. Okay, great. Okay. Because the sad thing about sharing virtually is that you don't get the kind of reactions that you want, okay, because you're not seeing everybody's faces, okay? So the second thing that I want to share with you, okay, is how the buying decision happened. So, you know, when we were in school, and this was a very long time ago, we were told that people only buy value, okay? What value means is that people will only buy the cheapest possible thing that can solve their problems, okay? And that's why people started to use price as an issue. If your neighbor is selling a bottle of water for 100 naira, you assume that if you sell yours for 95 naira, you will sell more than your neighbor, okay? And that's what a lot of economic theories were built on. But the reality, friends, and I don't know about you, but I see this every day. The reality is that people don't buy the cheapest possible things. Okay, on this call today, if I ask you, what wristwatch are you wearing? And you tell me the wristwatch that you're wearing, I'm going to ask you again, what does a wristwatch do? Tell you time. Is that the cheapest possible wristwatch that can tell time? For a lot of you, the answer will be no. Okay. So the truth is, people don't buy functionality. We buy the things we like. I agree, Dr. Larry, you are confusing us. At times, we cannot afford the things we like. I agree. Okay, but for most purchasing decisions, we buy the things we like. Somebody is saying the network is not good. Sorry about this. Okay, it has to be the network of the hotel that I am. But anyway, let me just try and listen closely. I'll try and make my voice a bit louder. Okay, so it's clear, and I used to argue about this before. Okay, let me just make a few statements, and believe me, because I don't want to stretch this unnecessarily. I know that you've been on this call all morning. The buying decision, friends, is an emotional decision. The buying decision rests in the heart. The buying decision doesn't rest in the head. So before now, all of us assumed that the buying decision stays in the head. The head is where logic stays. The head is where calculation stays. The head is where you are thinking 100 naira, 95. That's not where the buying decision resides. The buying decision resides in the heart. We buy the things we like. Okay, and by extension, that means people will buy you before they buy your product. I don't know if I'm communicating, but let me break it down as simply as possible. Banito, am I making some clarity here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I just want to be sure. Okay, so by extension, if people buy you before they buy your product, by extension, that means how people see you is more important than who you are. Friends, are you listening to me? We're going on a journey, and then I'm just building my case. Okay, so because the buying decision is an emotional decision, how people see you is more important than who you are. Okay, listen, before now, people used to tell you, just be yourself, do anyhow. People will take you for who you are. Look at Donald Trump. Don't be mistaken. In business, perception is reality. Okay, people buy you based on how they perceive you. So you can't afford to look anyhow. I'll repeat it again. The buying decision is an emotional decision. And in business, how people see you is actually more important than who you are, right? Good. The third thing, and I hope you're getting a few things, I'm just going to say a few things and I'm going to round up very soon. The third thing that I want to tell you, okay, is in the hierarchy of your business, right? You are not number one. You are not the most important thing about your business or the most important person about your business, okay? As a matter of fact, you are not even number two. You are a distant number three, okay? Dr. Larry, is it easy to practice this thing? No. And I believe one of the reasons why Badito puts me on this call and calls me every year is that he knows that I run 4 thriving businesses, okay? And I've failed in the past too, okay? So listen to me, friends. Your business is about the customer. I've heard it several times. I've heard several professors speak it. I've heard several doctors speak it. Is it easy to practice? No, I speak the truth. It is one of the most difficult statements to practice, to believe that your business is about the customer. Okay, so your business is number one about the customer. The second most important person in your business, unfortunately, is not you, is your staff. Happy staff make happy customers, okay? And you are a distant third. Why am I sharing all this information with you? Listen, I used to run a cafe in Abuja 13 years ago, okay, called Ocean's 11. And it was just a small cafe. It was outdoor, and people would just sit down after work, and when rain falls, people will have to leave, it was just a small container, small cafe. But we made so much money because overhead was low. We made so much money and we decided, no, we're big. Let's rent a proper space. Let's put air conditioning. Let's bring fork and knife to the equation. Let's have well-dressed customer service representative or waiters, as you like to call them. Listen, that decision was taken not from the customer perspective. I assumed that we should make the customers happier. Okay? And so I took the decision based on that. And what happened? The customers revolted. Quietly, they started to leave. So there will be times in the struggle or in the life of your business where you will think that the decision you are taking is in the customer's best interest. Friends, don't do it. Don't do it. So when we say customer is king of our business, customer is lord of our business, mean it. If you want to do something for your customer, don't assume. Don't put a chair in a restaurant where your customers want to sit on the mat. I'll repeat, don't put chairs in a restaurant where your customers want to sit on the mat. If they want to sit on a mat, please give them a mat, okay? And as I start to round up, okay, a few more things that I want to say, okay? So there's, and I'm just building a case, and I'm going to round up very, very shortly, okay? And I'm just building a case. So friends, remember the things you've said, okay? So the last thing I said is that your business is about the customer, your business is not about you. And by extension, okay, what the customer sees is different from what the customer means. Okay, for those of you that followed me, you will see that we are building somewhere, okay? So what the customer says is different from what the customer means. Remember, your business is about the customer, right? Good. So what the customer says is what you will find in those feedback forms. So for those of you that fly regularly, you find those feedback forms in the pocket in front of you, okay? Or you'll find it in some classy restaurants where they put on the table, give us feedback, you know. Those things are not the truth. Those things are majorly lies, okay? So what the customer says is not what you're looking for. What you're looking for is what the customer means. I'll give you a classical example as we start to close. So I fly a lot, and I go to Lagos a great deal from Lagos, okay? I mean, I go to Lagos a great deal from Abuja, okay? And when I'm coming back from Lagos, most times I don't buy my ticket up front. I just get to the airport and I pick the ticket. And the reason is, you know, the Lagos traffic and all of that. I don't want to have high blood pressure thinking about how to catch my flight and then traffic suddenly comes up, okay? So if you ask me as a frequent flyer, what is the most important thing to me? I remember I'm a Yoruba boy, so we are very scared. I tell you, it's the safety of the flight, okay? But in reality, remember, so that is what I say. In reality, this is how I behave. So I'm going to the airport, and the safest airlines in Nigeria are Air Peace, okay, and Arik. And Air Peace and Arik fly from the old local airport, not a very nice place. You will probably find cockroaches somewhere around there. Okay, the air conditioning system makes a lot of noise. Okay, but that is where the safest airlines fly from. And remember, what I've said is that safety is the number one thing to me, my number one priority in flying. So what do? I check out of my hotel. I'm going to Ikeja to go and fly. And as the Uber is taking me close to the airport, I suddenly tap the Uber. Please go to that other place. That other place is MM2. Okay. MM2 does not have the safest airline, but MM2 has an array of many airlines. The lounge in MM2, the AC works very well. It's not, they'll give you tea, they'll give you biscuits. Okay. But this man is still saying the most important thing to him, his priority is safety, but his behavior is somewhere else. Okay. So what determines the buying decision of the customer is not what they say. Talk is cheap, okay, is what they mean. Because what a customer means is different from what a customer says. If you follow what a customer says, you will miss it, because that is not what determines his buying decision. His buying decision is determined by what he means. I'm going to wrap up this session, and I thank you very much for your concentration all this while. I'm going to wrap up this session by just sharing 3 things that I've shared in the past, and I think I even shared in last year's conference. 3 things that, how many people on this call have heard about the 3 Ks before? Okay, even if nobody has heard about it, I'll just go ahead and share it within 5 minutes, and we can wrap up. So there are 3 key areas that entrepreneurs need to pay a lot more attention, and I call them the 3 Ks. You won't find them in any book. They are my 3 Ks, okay? So the first one, okay, and the K means knowledge areas, okay? So the first one is knowledge of your environment. So number 1 K talks about knowledge of your environment, okay? Have you noticed, friends, that there's a way Abuja behaves from the 25th of a month to the 3rd of the next month. For those of you that are in businesses that service people on a daily basis, you'd find out that between the 25th of the month to the 3rd of the next month, there's an excitement around. Why? Salaries have been paid. So restaurants will do better, lounges will do better, supermarkets will do better, right? Okay. Have you also noticed, okay, that in Nigeria, wherever government decides to spend money is where there is action? Okay, so if you reside in Nigeria, government remains the largest spender. And because government is the largest spender, you need to tailor your business towards government spending. Dr. Larry, what English are you speaking? Listen, friend. If government says we are spending, peradventure, 40% of our budget on agriculture in 2022, and you are a fashion designer, you better go and learn how to sew agric robes. Because if government remains the largest spender, you need to align your business along the lines of that spending. Okay, I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. So the first one is knowledge of your environment. Okay. The second one, which is which causes a lot of okay, let me not preempt you. So the second one is knowledge of your business. And I'm not trying to say that you don't know your business, but the reality is many of us truly don't understand the intricacies of our business. It's not every bakery that sells bread. It's not every restaurant that sells food. It's not every school that sells education. Okay, and it seems like I'm messing up your mind. Now listen, if you run a laundry and you go to pick your customers' clothes and you go and wash it and you return it back to your customer, friends, you are no longer a laundry service. You are a logistics company, right? If you assume that you are still a laundry company, if I give you a 5 million naira grant, you will use that 5 million naira to buy more washing machines. The customer of a laundry company is different from the customer of a logistics company. It is the same business, but you're seeing it from two angles. Am I confusing you? Is anybody confused on the call? Because we have just a limited time for me to round this up. Is there clarity? So your business is not what it seems. Okay. I ran a restaurant for 8 years before I suddenly remembered or suddenly realized on one of these, my personal retreats, that that restaurant was not selling food. That restaurant was selling ambience. Have you noticed, ladies on the call, right, that if you go to a posh restaurant, before you eat, you snap the picture of your food and you post it on Instagram. What does that tell you? The look of food is more important than the taste of food. So that is why I'm telling you that it is not every restaurant that sells food. A lot of restaurants are selling ambience. So the taste of your food is not the most important thing. Let me give you a practical example as I start to close. Okay, and I hope I haven't taken too much of your time. Benito, how much time do I have left? 5 minutes?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Okay. No, I'll close it. I'll close in about 5 to 6 minutes. Let me just round up on this note. Okay. So let me share a personal example because that's what I actually came to do today. I just want to share stories that have happened to me. So let me share 2 personal examples and then we close. I used to run. So I've been running this restaurant for a while, and I discovered that my friends were not coming. So on Sundays, I would notice that on my friend's Facebook page, on my friends, okay, there are 4 people rated up their hands. Do I let them ask questions now or do we take it when I'm done? Would you guys just rather wait and then let me just round up in 5 minutes and then we can take this question. So every Sunday I'll see my friends take their families out. I'll see my friends post pictures on Instagram, and they were not going to my restaurant. And it used to make me feel very, very pained. Okay. And my restaurant was cheaper than these places that they were going. I used to tell myself, what's all these ones now? My own friends, how can they be going to other places? Okay. Until I found out that not all restaurants sell food. So what did I do? I suddenly found out that they were going to those other places because the air conditioning there was cheap, because the people had fine waiters, because they had some big screen TVs, because the whole place was just lovely. I poached a chef from Sheraton because I thought the taste of the food was the most important thing in the restaurant. Friends, when I realized this, what I did was to go back to my restaurant, put additional ACs, fired some of the staff that didn't look the part, okay, made it one of the nicest, poshest looking restaurants in Abuja. Of course, increased our prices by about 150%. Truth of the matter is people started to come. Why? Because people at that level were buying ambience. They weren't buying. Listen, the fact that you take the picture of food before you taste the food means that the look of food is more important than the taste of food. So your business is not what it seems, right? You run a chemist today does not mean you're selling pharmaceuticals, friends. Go and ask the 5 whys. Ask why 5 times about your business, and you'll be able to discover precisely what your business is. Listen, when my family came down to Nigeria and then came to Abuja, when I wanted to get school for my children, this is how the conversation between me and principal went. Oga principal, how are you? Good afternoon, sir. Sir, can I see, do you use Blackboard or do you use digital board? He says I use digital board. I said, very good. Oga principal, can I see the sick bay? He takes me to the sick bay. Really nice looking place, nice looking nurse. Oh, very good. Oga principal, can I see the school bus? He takes me to the school bus. AC is working, blah, blah, blah. Oga principal, can I see the playground? Takes me to the playground, nice lush grass. Oga principal, can I see the classroom? He says classes are going on. Yes, can we just sneak in? We open the back door of the classroom. I peep inside. I see 2 Igbo children inside. I say, yes, this is the school my children are coming. Did you notice that all of the things that made me take that decision, none had to do with education? None. This is the school we're talking about. I didn't ask how many people finished with A1 last year. I didn't ask your teachers, are they class graduates or second class graduates? Everything that I was asked ambience, and that is the premise on which I took the decision. Okay, so not sell education, not all restaurants sell food, not all pharmacies sell drugs. There are other reasons customers are coming. Okay, so remember the first K, knowledge of your environment, the second K, knowledge of your business, the third K that I want to share and I will end with, okay, is knowledge of. Now, there's a difference between the customer and the consumer. And I'll just make it simple for you. The customer customs and the consumer consumes. Okay, so if you are running a creche, okay, a school for babies, who is the customer? The customer is the parent. Who is the consumer? The consumer is the baby. Okay, the rule of thumb is in the short run, okay, in the short run, focus all of your marketing efforts on the customer. Why? Because they are the ones that pay money. In the long run, focus your marketing efforts on, because they are the ones that bring repeat purchase. Are you getting me, friends? Okay, the final key once again is know your customer. Okay, there's a difference in the customer and the consumer, and there's a big line of difference in the way and manner in which you treat them. I'm just going to go through everything that I've shared with you once again. Okay, so I've said there's a major disruption around the world. Nothing seems to be the same. Kyocera is not Sera, Ceteris isn't Paribus anymore. I've also shared with you that the buying decision is an emotional decision, is not a logical decision. I've shared with you that your business is about the customer. Very difficult thing to practice, very easy thing to say. I've shared with you that what the customer says is not as important as what they did. What they mean determines their buying decision. I've told you also that as entrepreneurs, your major job is to go and look for problems, okay? And then I don't care if you get the solution or somebody else will get it for you. But the market size of be a growing market size on this. I want you, and then I'll be out of here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Larry. Your sessions are always wonderful, and this session has been nothing short of awesome. So we want to say a very big thank you. We know your time is running very fast, but we just solicit for your time. We'll take just 2 questions and then we'll run away. Okay, so before we start taking questions, can we please say a very big thank you to Dr. Larry in the chat room? Meanwhile, he celebrated his birthday on the 26th of August. So as you said, thank you, you also say happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Okay, no, not happy belated birthday. I think that's how they say it. Happy
thank you so
birthday.
much. Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's take the questions and then we will be out of here. So I have one hand up, Daniel Miruku. Daniel Miruku. So I'm omitting Daniel Miruku to ask his question. Please, Daniel Miruku, kindly go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Banito. Thank you, Dr. Larry, and thank you, co-participants. This has been a very enriching session. Please, I would like to know, in the course of your presentation, you talked about the fact that there's a difference between what the customer means and what the customer says. Now, that is intriguing. Do you mind clarifying on that? So how would you get to know what the customer means? So if you give, what do you call it? Is it customer feedback paper to a customer, and the customer writes something to you and you take it back, the chances are that what the customer has written down or what the customer says to you might not be what the customer means or meant. You know, so the question for me is, how would one get to know what the customer actually means as against what the customer says or the person's behavior? Now, the other question I would like to ask, if you don't mind, is that you also talked about the fact that that how a person sees you in business is more important than who you are, than who really you are. So for me, I have been thinking about it. I was now asking myself, since perception matters, I agree. So does it mean that what you do should be towards putting up an appearance, probably that satisfies the customer, as against being authentic, being real, and then trying to give that thing that represents you to the customers that actually want it or need it? Yes.
Okay. Daniel, thank you very much for your questions. And I'm glad you asked those questions. In fact, I've been surprised if nobody asked those questions. Very, very interesting question. So Daniel, 2 things that I'm going to ask you to do, okay, before I answer this question. This person called the customer. Don't let us look at him as one strange person. The customer is you. The customer is me, right? The customer is everybody on the call. So let us put ourselves in the shoes of the customer. Let's assume that the customer is one strange person, one alien from space. No, okay. So you, Daniel, okay? You, Daniel, if you go to a place to eat and there's feedback form on the table, okay, and I speak the truth, just be very true to me. If the food that you eat is expensive, you just think, let's say, and I don't know if you're married, Daniel, but if you're not married, or even if you're married, you take your wife out, or you're not married, you take your girlfriend out, you had planned a budget of like 10K for both of you to eat, okay? And by the time they brought the bill, it was like 13, 14K. You could pay, not a problem, okay? So you paid. And there's feedback form on the table. would you write on that feedback form that your food is too expensive? I wanted to pay 10K, but they brought 14K bill. I am not coming back here. No. What you're going to write on the feedback form is, okay, nice food, keep it up, and that's what you submit. What you've given as a feedback is what the customer says. What the customer says is not what influences their buying decision. What the customer means is what influences their buying decision. Dr. Larry, so why are you confusing us? We also tell us how to get what the customer means. Now listen, what do we call a customer base? A base of people, human beings like you and I, okay, who have a thought process. And remember, we have said that the buying decision is in the heart. So a base of people who have a thought process towards trying a product or service that you offer, okay? So what more can be better than having a sample of these people speak to you? You need to understand human psychology. Remember, every customer is a human being before becoming a customer, okay? And there's something about human psychology. That's why for me, I don't teach sales anymore. What I teach is consumer behavior. If you understand how a consumer will behave, there's no need for you to teach sales. Sales is taking this bottle of water and trying to convince you to buy it. Customer behavior is understanding when you'll be thirsty, so that I'll put this bottle of water in front of you and you must buy it because you're thirsty. So it's easier to understand customer behavior than to do sales. Okay, so to answer your question, get a focus group. Okay, if your customer base is about 5,000 people, get 25 people in a room with your product. Talk to them. People love to talk. Nice evening, just give them one bottle of Coke each. Guys, tell me what you think about this brand. Remember, they are not filling a form, they are speaking. And you have like minds inside of the room. It might not take more than 30 minutes, but the kind of information that you will get would amaze you. The second thing, which I do a great deal, which I'm going to do after this call, because Benito knows that I'll call him after this call, and I'm not going to ask him, did I do well? Did people like me? What I ask after every of my calls is, what could I have done better? Don't tell me about the things I did well. I don't want to know. I rather want to know what I would have done better. Okay, so people like to speak, engage people, form these focus groups, ask them what you can do better, and then you get to find out what customer means, which is more important than what customers say. Okay, so the second question you asked is the perception. How people see you is more important than who you are. See, people buy what they like. People buy from the people that they like to buy from. Okay, so perception is reality in business. Like, listen, and I'm sure there are women on this call, okay, if a woman is about to put to bed, right? If a woman is about to put to bed and it goes to the best hospital in Abuja is Turkish hospital, okay? And the woman gets to Turkish hospital, is the best hospital in Abuja, which she's about to put to bed. And they take her to the best graduating doctor from Harvard Medical School, Dr. Lekan Oyedepo. She knows that that's the best hospital. She knows that they are taking her to the office of the best graduating doctor from Harvard Business School. But as she sits down in front of the doctor, she sees behind the doctor NYSC certificate, March 2021. Do you think that woman will be comfortable? She will never be comfortable. Remember, she's in the best hospital. She's with the best graduating doctor. But that best graduating doctor just did NYSC a few months ago. You think the woman will lie down and say, doctor, operate me. You are going to be the one to deliver my unborn child. No way. Okay. So how people see you is more important than who you are. Two people I didn't know were pilots. I was in Kano. I was going to Lagos from Kano. So it was a Champions League night. We sat down at the bar and I left at 1 p.m. 1 a.m. because I couldn't sleep. So I left at 1 a.m. after gisting with football with them. I don't know when they left the bar. The next morning, when I got into the plane and I looked at the cockpit, who were the two people that I saw? The two people that I was sitting with, that I left at 1 a.m. were the pilot and co-pilot. What do you think happened to me throughout that flight? I thought I was going to die. Okay, so in business, perception is reality. And I hope that answers your question, Daniel.
Thank you so much, sir, for that answer.
Okay, thank you.
If I were to be you in that flight, I'm sure I would have canceled that flight. Okay, so let's take the last question from Aziz Raji. Please, while we are filling the attendance form, let's kindly upload our preferred pictures for the photo book. Please, while filling up the attendance form, kindly upload your preferred picture, preferably passport, something nice we can use. All right, please, Mr. Aziz Raji, kindly unmute and let's hear from you.
Good afternoon, sir. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for this opportunity. Having understand that human beings are very difficult to predict, because from the theory we all know that human beings are instable, related to the limited available resources at their own disposal. So how do you juxtapose or predict the psychology of customer related to their wants and their wish? That's my question.
Mr. Raji, you speak like a student of economics.
Exactly, I'm an economist. Yeah.
I knew that. So let me first bust your bubble a bit. I'm a student of economics, so I had my first 2 degrees in economics. Okay.
Good.
And I'm speaking to you today that not all those economic theories are correct. Okay, you might not have heard this before, but many theories before now, okay, are not working in today's reality. And at the beginning of the call, if you remember the first one that I shared, okay, this is 2021. And in 2021, we are finding out that ceteris is not always paribus. One of the things economics told us is that for every time price is low, demand will be higher.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're told in economics is that the laws of demand and supply govern everything. The reality in today's world is that it is not so. And you would agree with me, Mr. Raji. Okay?
Well, the force of demand.
Pardon?
The force of demand and supply. Yeah.
Yes, that the forces of demand and supply determine price and quantity. Okay, exactly. And you agree with me today that is not always so. So let me help you with some reality. The first business that I ever did in my life was a barber shop in the city of Jos. My barber shop was the most expensive barber shop in the city of Jos. A long time ago, when every barber shop in Jos was charging naira, I started off a barber shop, a real beautiful barber shop with air conditioning, with swivel chairs, with a reception and a sitting area. Why did I start it? Because I was a Lagos boy coming into Jos, and we had posh barber shops in Lagos. And then I got to Jos, and all the barber shops were roadside shops. And I couldn't understand how you'd be cutting your hair and everybody on the road is seeing you cutting your hair. Okay, so I set up this posh barber shop. Okay, and it was 15 naira. Remember, every other person was cutting for 20 naira. Do you know who the bulk of my customers were? The bulk of my customers were students from UJ. They would save their money. Some of them will start and gather the 50 naira and then come down to Ivory Barbers and come and hang out in front of Ivory Barbers, you know, and tell everybody that I cut my hair in Ivory Barbers. Could they afford it? No. They were starving to get it done. But were they the ones coming? Yes. Okay. And I think that, and I want to believe that that answers your question. So people buy the things that they like. Okay. Economics does not explain to us that the buying decision is emotional. Economics explains to us that the buying decision is logical. Everything in economics is about price and quantity. They did not consider emotions. They did not consider the things you like. And I'm telling you today, okay, as a student of economics as well, that it is not always correct. There's an emotional angle to our purchases. And it's the emotions that actually determine, okay, a larger percentage of the things that we buy. Okay, Mr. Rajan, if you don't agree with me, tomorrow morning as you wake up, tear a sheet of paper and a biro. from 9 a.m. in the morning till about 10 p.m. in the evening when you want to sleep. Write down everything that you spend money on tomorrow. So as you wake up in the morning, tear out a sheet of paper and a biro. If you spend 10 naira on tea, put it there, 10 naira tea. If you spend 20 naira on transport, put there 20 naira on transport. If you dash Aboki 50 naira, put it there, dash Aboki 50 naira. If you call me at 10 p.m. in the evening, research tells us that not less than 87% of the things you spend money on a daily basis are born out of emotion. And that just explains it. Okay, and I hope that answers your question.
To some extent, yeah.
Thank you, thank you. And I've left my contact details, so if you need to reach out so that I explain this better, I'll be delighted to.
All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Like I said, I'm a student of economics like you. So this thing did not sink down with me before now, okay? But I have a better understanding now that I'm running my businesses.
You're welcome, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Aziz, for your question. I think it's time we allow Dr. Larry to go and have his break before he goes to his next section in the other side. We still have Folashade Akirimola. Will you like to attend to that person, sir?
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay, so Akirimola, please, straight your question, please.
Yeah. Hello, good afternoon, everybody.
Yes, Akirimola, go on.
Yeah. First and foremost, I want to say a big thank you and a belated happy birthday to the last speaker. I want to say, since I've been attending summits or conferences, this is so practical. As he was speaking, I was just looking at my business. I was just looking, my mind was just that, Shade, you've done so many things wrong. You need to go back to the drawing board. So if I'm trying to commission a project March next year, I'm very sure I would like to get your details, and I want to put a little words into my presentation. I'm supposed to make a little presentation. I'm going to add this because there's going to be a lot of turning points in what I already have in mind, so that I would actually get things right. And because attending this workshop, at the end of it all, if I make a similar mistake, that means I've not put into practice what you've learned today. Secondly, my question, you in the course of your presentation, you said we should not put a chair where our customers want us to put a mat. Can you just throw a little bit light on that practically? Like now I'm having a project, I'm trying to put up a structure where the structure is just by the bus stop. And I'm just thinking of the class of people around the environment are not the elites, but I'm looking at a business whereby corporate people will only come in. I don't know, maybe my presentation will be explanatory enough. I'm trying to have a complex which I want to commission next year March, but the complex is just at the bus stop where Okada people and all these commercial buses just their bus stop. And the best business I'm trying to put up, I'm looking at classical people, I'm looking at executive setup. So, but by the time you just said we should not put a mat where we are supposed to put a chair, meaning that it should be a round peg in a round hole. Please, I want you to please throw more light on that so that I will be able to be more equipped to be able to take a better decision come next year. Thank you very much.
Okay. So Folashade, let me start by thanking you. The thanks should actually go to you. You find very few people come out to actually confess and say, hey, I've been doing my business wrongly. And for that, I appreciate you. It's not an easy thing to do because most of us feel like Mr. Churchill, we don't want to accept that we've done wrong in the past. And that's why businesses continue to struggle to look for customers. Okay. Whereas if you've done it right from the beginning, you will not struggle to look for customers. Customers will look for you. Listen, business, give a dog a bone. They would come to you so long as you are right in position. So on that premise, Folashade, I would want to congratulate you because you spoke to my heart. And for that, I would work with you over a period of 30 days free of charge. Okay.
Thank you.
And then we're going to get to design what you want to do. So you have and 30 days free consulting.
Thank you very much. Thank
Effective 1st of September. So from 1st of September, I would work with you for 30 days. And I'm sure we'll be able to put some structure around what you've done.
Thank you very much.
So I know the thank you goes to you, because it's not easy to come out and say, hey, I've been doing it wrong here or this one. Okay.
Thank you very much.
The second question, and I'm just going to the call, otherwise you and I would have this call. Give you permission to, so now I will drop the 30-day business.
Thank you very much. Thank
so
you.
Statement I said, and I think I've done too much speaking today, but it's not about you, your business, it's about the customer. If you kept emphasizing all things to say, Folashade is listening to everything that you said. You're like, showing this business here. I want the top echelon of the society is stationed in a place where there's Okada. Have you noticed that everything was about you? Now I need your response, Folashade. Have you noticed that everything about you? I, me. Did you notice? I need Folashade's response. She's not saying anything.
Yes.
Did you notice that everything was about you?
Yes.
Remember, and I said, this is the most difficult thing to see. We tell ourselves, my business is about the customer, but we don't act it. And you just showed us now. Because every statement that you mentioned was about I. Did you notice?
Exactly.
So until we have a switch and we stop mentioning I, we need to take I out of that equation. And we need to ensure that all of our thoughts are focused on the customer. We will get it wrong. Because what you've done is you have assumed for the customer. And it is wrong. I don't want you to assume that you know what I like. No, don't do it. Okay? So you need to take the I out of the equation and then put the customer. It shouldn't be, I want to do this, I want to do this. That's not how it is. Is it easy? No. But is it doable? Yes. Okay, Folashade, and I hope that answers your question.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure that you and I will be 1st of September.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful. Thank you.
Okay.
Folashade, are you in Abuja? Oh, she had muted already. Folashade, I need to know, are you in Abuja? Please let us know in the chat room. Okay, so I think I'm having a question. Say, I've also been running my business on 40 footing, sir. We need your help. Okay, the help has come. Okay, let me see. Say, I'm having difficult. Is there another question in the chat room that we've not attended to? Let me just be sure. Please, if you ever posted a question in the chat room that has not been attended to, you can repost it again. There are so many things being posted in the chat room. And please, for those of us that are submitting our attendance form, your picture shouldn't be more than 10 MB. Please, your picture shouldn't be more than 10 MB. Okay. Have we answered this one? It said, please help explain how one can pay attention to the customer in the short run and the customer in the long run, managing the two categories at the same time. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much. I don't know who asked that question.
The question is from Daniel Miruku.
Okay, Daniel. Okay.
Yes,
So Daniel, we're talking about two types, and I mentioned this under Know Your Customer, under the 3 Ks, know your environment, know your business, and know your customer. Okay. And I said there's a difference between the customer and the consumer. Okay. So the customer pays, the consumer uses. Okay. And I gave an example of a crèche, a school. Okay. And I said, who is the consumer? The consumer is the child going to the school. But who is the customer? The customer is the parent. So who pays you? It's the customer. So in the short run, it's the customer that pays. And that's why you need to concentrate your marketing effort on the customer in the short run. But in the long run, because you need repeat purchase, you need to concentrate on the consumer. And if you want to learn this very clearly, go and look at the story of Indomie noodles and look at the kind of adverts that they were doing. Okay, so when Indomie noodles started, the advert that they were doing was not for children. The advert that they were doing was for the customers, the people that could pay. Okay, but in the long run, they started to throw the adverts towards children. Why? Because the children are the consumers, and the children will come and disturb the customers to pay for them. And I hope this explains it. And Daniel.
Okay. Thank you, sir, for that. So I think that is the last question for today. And we want to sincerely appreciate Dr. Larry for this time out. Thank you so much, sir. It has always been a great privilege and honor knowing you and having you be our mentor. Thank you so much. And today you've gotten someone added to your mentorship. Okay, so you can find Dr. Larry across all of the social media platforms, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on Instagram, Twitter. When they bring it back, he will still be there. Okay, so just Larry Phillips on Instagram, LP, or just search for Larry Phillips. You will get all of that, or you could just Google Larry Phillips. You'll get all his information. And I'm putting that in the chat room now, Larry Phillips. And like we earlier announced, we'll be having our professional management workshop and a membership induction by December 1st to 3rd. So if you want to see Dr. Larry physically and have some exclusive time with him, you could join us in that induction, and all will be given to you for free. Anything about IPM, he gives it for free. So you see, he just gave Folashade 30 days free. Folashade, please make good use of it. Oh. All right. So thank you so much, Doc. And one more time, I want to say a very big happy belated birthday.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
any other thing we'll talk with personal. Let's take that one home. Okay. But your traveling disrupted our plan.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much,
And
everyone.
God bless you.
Thank
One
you.
more time, can we please say a very big thank you to Dr. Larry? One more time, please, can we use the chat room, say a big thank you to Dr. Larry. It has been awesome. It has been eye-opening, and I'm sure someone got something really, really impactful. I am very glad with what Folashade said. She said it has been practical, it has been eye-opening, and it has been impactful. I believe that's not just for her, but it has been for everyone who has been in this section. Thank you so much, sir, and God bless you.
Thank you.
Please,
Thank you.
we now permit you to go and take your tea break if you do tea time. Okay. All right. So we'll be taking our break right now. Based on the time we have, we are supposed to go for a break from 11:30 to 12, but we're already by 1. So we'll take our break from 1 to, can we just take 30 minutes break so that we can round up before 3? Can we come back by 1:30 so that we can round up before 3? We might not go into the breakout sessions, but we might have to get the speakers to speak on main session. So we are giving them 30 minutes on the main session. So between 1:30 and 3:30 or 4 at max, we should be done. So we are going on break now, and we'll be coming back by 1:30. Please just stretch yourself. Take a glass of water, take your tea or whatsoever that you need to be taking, and then let's come back by 1:30. When we come back by 1:30, we'll be taking 3 sections almost in a row, and then we'll take the last section, which is from Professor Jagdish, and then we'll close. The first session will be on proposal writing and grants. So if you want to learn about writing proposals for your business, writing proposals for your project, writing proposals for your ideas, then it's important that you join us in that first section. And then the second session will be dealing with retirement. Okay, we believe some of us, okay, if you're in Ghana, then that's 12:30, you're just 1 hour behind us. And if you're in any other part of the world, please use 13:30 West African time, 13:30 West African time. Okay, 13:30 West African time. All of the videos will be shared on our YouTube channel. So please, if you have not subscribed to our YouTube channel, I'm sharing the link now so that you will subscribe. And as soon as we upload it, you get it as a notification in your email, and then you could have it all to yourself. Okay, so if you've not subscribed to our YouTube channel, please go there now, youtube.com/IIPM International. Kindly subscribe, and then all of the videos, as soon as they're uploaded, you have all of them. All the materials we are giving you for free, both video and video materials and everything, and including your certificate. So we are giving you the best we can. And fortunately, some people are already getting free consulting. So we are giving you everything. We are not withholding anything. So any question you need to ask us, anything you want to ask from us, please. We just have less than 4 hours, if I'm not mistaken. After this day, please don't come back and ask us, oh, I was supposed to do this, I did not do it. We will not listen to you because the time is past or has passed. So between now and 4 o'clock, anything you need to ask us, if you're in Ghana, between now and 3 p.m., if you anywhere you are, between now and 16:00 West African time, ask us whatever thing you need to ask, and we are ready to do that for you. After that, please, any other thing you ask, if it is something that has money attached to it, we'll tell you the price. Okay, all the recordings will be shared on YouTube, and then you will get it on the Google Classroom, and then that will be all. Okay, do we have any question, that any extracurricular question that is not technical question, any extracurricular question that we need to answer before we go for a break? We'll just have 1:30 and we'll be back. Any extracurricular question? What is the third session, sir? The next session is on proposal writing and grants. So if you want to know about proposal writing and all the grants available for SMEs and the like, you should be available. After that, the next session will be on retirement. Then after that, the next session will be on international study opportunities. So if you want to go study abroad and you want to know about scholarship, we have an agency here who will be talking to us about that, and then they will be exposing us more on how we can go about that. Okay, what are the requirements for being a member of IIPM? Please, for that question, we recommend that you visit our website on iipmi.org/member. Then you'll get that. And please, everyone here will encourage you to join us in the professional membership workshop that will be holding by December, wherever you are, except you're outside of Nigeria. But if you're within Nigeria, please plan to be in Abuja. It was supposed to be in November, but it seems most of our members have a lot of engagement by that time. So it is moved to first week of December. So please plan, prepare to be there. Okay, we will share most of the information in the Google Classroom, so pay attention there, and everything will be distributed accordingly. Okay, so is there any other extracurricular question? When is IPM starting HSC class? We'll update you on that. Mr. Paul, I trust you are in the WhatsApp platform and the Google Classroom. We'll update you on that, but we are not going to have any HSC program this year. Okay, so sorry about that. There is no HSC program this year. All right, there is no HSC program this year because of the distorted calendars we have. But from next year, January, we're going to have all of the programs in view. And remember, by January 15, we are starting our professional mini MBA program. So if you wish to be part of that program, in fact, for everyone here, we encourage you to be there. It's going to be an online program, and all of the people that have spoken in this section, you're going to see them, and many more of them will still be on ground. It's going to be a 4-month program, explosive 4-month program, and a 10 days intensive physical class. So you have 4 months online and 10 days offline. All right, so prepare your mind to be there. We also advocate for sponsors for the program. If you want to sponsor someone, entrepreneurs, sponsor young business people, sponsor already existing business people, sponsor whoever that wish to go into business. You want to sponsor them to get knowledge about business and how to do it right. Please feel free to sponsor. All right. Okay. Is there any other question? Please, for now, based on the number we have moved our social media WhatsApp group to Google Classroom so that we can accommodate more people. So for that reason, we are no longer adding more people to the to the WhatsApp groups, but we have more people in the Google Classroom. So please kindly use the Google Classroom. Okay, I think it's 1 o'clock right now, and we are shutting down. Please, we'll meet by 1:30 on the dot. 1:30 on the dot. 1:30 on the dot. Thank you, and see you by 1:30. If you're having difficulty uploading the information, please make sure that your video, your picture does not exceed 10 megabytes. If it is more than 10 megabytes, then you need to resize it so that it will go through. Okay, it will go through 10 megabytes. 10 megabytes. Someone said, please answer me. What do I need to answer again, Emmanuel? What do I need to answer again? I think what's your question? You can repose the question. Let me see. If it is not extracurricular, I may not answer. Emmanuel, what's the question, please? Please, the session is over. You can go and have your break. We'll return back in exactly 30 minutes. We'll return back in exactly 30 minutes. Now, for those, okay, I just said that WhatsApp is limited. We can only accommodate 257 persons there. So we've moved all of our WhatsApp contact to our Google Classrooms. So kindly join the Google Classroom. If you're not in the Google Classroom, you could let us know so that we'll give you the link to the Google Classroom. If you're not in the Google Classroom, you can type 00 so that will provide the link to the Google Classroom. All you need is a Gmail account to join the Google Classroom. Okay, so if you're not in the Google Classroom, just a moment, we'll get the link so that you will join us. Okay, if there are any other extracurricular, then we will take that. Please remember, we are done for this session, so I'm just taking extracurricular questions. All right.